booklet, even chia growing mix. A great gift for anyone.
Do not get scared, everybody. I know you might want to get scared, but don't. It will only be mildly spooky from here. How's it going, Samurai Spartan? Mild levels of peril. Ugh. Fair amounts of exhaustion. Alright, all the buttons are different in this game. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. That's part of the peril. Ooh, the Haunted Witch's Ladle. Bear-free campsites. Honey, I'd love to go camping. I'm just so worried about bears. Have I got the campgrounds for you? Is Deerfest once a year? Must be. Yet again, I'm tempted. I'm tempted to explore. All that's gonna happen is my car is gonna explode. Hold on, let me get it back on the road. Ugh! I'm pretty sure Deerfest is going on in Alan Wake 2 as well. Maybe there's just something about Deerfest. Beacons the barrier between realities. Ah, screw this. I've already missed manuscript pages, so there's no point in being pointlessly exhaustive searching around. Yeah, it's a lot of ground to cover, isn't it? I want to believe that they usually, like, so far, and I've identified this a couple of times, but I still feel the pull every time. They're usually pretty good about having a structure or something. A pretty clear hint that there's something over there. Yellow paint. Well, what do you know? Kronos, yeah, I did some stretching while I was switching games, but I think I could go for even more stretching, to be honest. Don't mind if I do. Whoa. I don't know if it's just the audio, like I've turned my speakers up a bit, but that, like, some of these musical trills are really interesting, and I don't remember hearing them before. All right, I'm going to stretch out the groin, open up the hips. It's kind of like a squat, but your knees are wide, and you kind of put your hands on both your hips, and then you just kind of sit into it and let everything just kind of like, ooh, just open up. Oh, yeah. That felt good. Open things up. I don't know anything about Yogi Berra. Just see some people trading Yogi Berra facts in chat. No one goes to that restaurant anymore. It's too crowded. One of those beautiful minds. Let's see here. Must sign a liability waiver before entering the yard. If you're looking for a specific part, ask for it first. Before you pull it, you must bring your own tools. Wear protective clothing. Junk piles may shift hazardous areas. Whoops. I guess I picked that up in the cache. I've never really run out of, like, items. Maybe that's another way in which this game is pretty generous with its difficulty. Is that you always have, or I feel like I always have plenty of flares. Both the fired and the held kind. They wipe your inventory a lot, though, which is interesting. Oh! Death by keys. Twitch is a little slow tonight. There she goes. Thank you very much. Gifting 10 whole subs. That's extremely generous of you, Death by Keys. I appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Right neighborly of you. Ah! This guy media attacks. Come on. Thought there'd be something else up here. Instead of it just going back outside. I guess I hit this switch. That's probably important. Wow. There it is. Yeah, the progress is still being made on some technological revamps of my alerts. I'm excited. I think I've zeroed in on it. I've talked about this before, but my new vision for alerts, instead of having randomized GIFs and just random like visual internet clips, it'll be all random audio. And also, it seems that the Twitch API lets you pull people's avatar images. So I guess if anybody, that can easily fill the randomized video aspect of it. Just have a little avatar pop up. But also, yeah, I want to have like 1 to 2 second video game sound effects that I'll play random. That's the real shit. That's the real shit right there. Oh man, it like hit the back and stayed? That was awesome. Yes. Riddick quotes. It can be anything. I think the idea is that like here's how I think I'm gonna divide it. Is that subs are randomized video game sounds. Cheers are randomized video game or Riddick quotes. Whoa, there's like a spider floating around. Weird. It's been a while.
Every morning I wake up and open palm, slam my face into the slot. It's chronicles of Riddick and Red, then in there I start doing the moves alongside with the main character. Riddick, I do every move and I do every move hard. I'm making the whistling sounds when I slam down some Negro bastards, or even when I mess up technique. Not many can say they escaped the Galax's most dangerous prison. I can, I see it and I see it. I put every day to people in my college class, and all they do is prove people in college class can still be amateur jackers.
Man, Riddick is so cool. You know Alan Wake's cool because it was made around the time that Riddick was still a flourishing franchise. A real golden age for media. Need an upgrade of AI Riddick? I really wanted more than anything an AI trained to sound like Riddick that I could feed lines constantly. That's the dream. That would make Starfield interesting. Snack Pack, thanks for the sub.
Zane cut its heart out, but it didn't die. The thing that wore Barbara's face kept crooning sweet nothings sugar-laced with poison. He put on the suit, untied the monster from the chair. The thing in his arms thrashed weakly, but he held fast. He stepped outside, off the pier, and into the dark water, a sinking pinprick of light descending toward a bottom that never came.
Okay. So the darkness was trapped in the lake by Thomas Zane, who sank with it. But I guess the darkness got out. But so did Zane, sort of. Sound of a light bulb popping. Yeah, street smarts. People today need a hero with street smarts. And effortless coolness. Oh, careful. Maybe bald? Just saying being bald wouldn't hurt. Oh! Well played. Well played, Bulldozer. You bulldozed me. Think about street fights? Streets always win. Wow, you said it. Someone clearly has been in the streets. Ow. Oh. Bulldozed me out of the car. Alan Wake 2 video on Brought You This Thing was super fun. Do you think that it was a one-off? I'm not quite sure what does that mean? Are we all gonna watch more Alan Wake 2 footage and not talk about Alan Wake 2? Or having Fiona on? Oops. Oh. Ooh. If only my truck was still... My sweet, sweet truck was still running. Wait, maybe this one does? Dimmy, no! Dimmy! Do not get scared. I told you not to. I said. Everyone heard me say it. Ow! Alan Wake 2 in particular? Oh, I suppose so. I don't know. Right now, Bruce has been picking the subject of most of the videos because he I think wants to sprinkle his production magic on it. Something I am only more than happy to encourage, so I don't ask too many questions. I guess when it comes to Alan Wake, here's the real honest truth. If the YouTube video featuring Alan Wake got a lot of views, there would absolutely be more of them. Did it? Is there another car back here? No. Not even a manuscript page? Boners. Hey, you're feeling the spooky too? Come on now. Come on. Keep it together, everyone. We're just getting started. Oh, Mortal Kombat? Maybe. Fighting games aren't really for everybody. Oops. Some people find it really hard to banter and play at the same time. There's a RoboCop one. Bruce let me play RoboCop. I was really excited. That game rocks. Whoa. Everyone kind of already agrees, but they're all right. They're all correct. The internet is correct on this one. RoboCop fucks. Bum 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 bum. Can you drive off cliffs? I think you can. I don't imagine the physics will be very fun about it. The new Bruce project is so familiar and so different at the same time. Well, yeah, it's, yeah, I get that. It's familiar because it's the same kind of and style of content, same creative drive, same production ideas. Bruce is the one giving edits on a lot of the notes. Sorry.
I'd acted as if I knew what I was doing.
Bruce is the one giving notes on a lot of the edits right now.
On the shifting
so that might explain its familiarity too.
I had to fight my way to the lake through the horrors of the night. I had to flick an old battered light switch imbued with childhood magic. I had to write a happy ending to a horror story. I had to save my wife from the dark prison she was being held in.
But yeah, slash kind of like what you were saying, the chemistry is different because it's different people. It's nice though. I feel like I'm warming back up to it as well. I'm discovering that I'm pretty reserved, or have been pretty reserved, but I'm getting more comfortable. It's nice leaning into other people's bits. It's nice having people lean into yours. Those are sensations that I kind of forgot after a while. And yeah, I just kind of am developing familiarity and comfort with everyone else's style. I mean, Bruce is impossibly amazing to be with, or to perform with, or to record with, or improv with, or whatever. He makes everything better. He's so good at it. He's the rare enabler, where it's like, when he's around, everyone else is better. I'm shocked that more people haven't recognized that. Or I don't mean from a viewership perspective. I mean from a professional one. I'm shocked that he isn't asked to be collaborative or be a part of any kind of collaboration. Ha! I'm the straw that stirs the drink. That's a really good description. Pee pee poo poo. Yeah, I'm there to give... I'm there to make something different. Doesn't always mean better. But I think being individual and being unique and being memorable are valuable traits in media. I think sometimes people see what I do, and just because I'm not always going for a joke or like trying to land something well formed, doesn't necessarily mean that it like isn't on purpose and in a particular way. Anyway. When does one of you fall from grace write a tell-all book about your coworkers where you trash them while being under the influence of alcohol and drugs? Great question. There's just nothing to be gained, unfortunately. I guess that's what the alcohol and drugs are for. I don't know. Let me put it this way. Some people have tried to do that and see how it plays out. Just watch, observe. You never, ever, ever come off looking good in that situation. Even if there's something to say. And also, kind of the worst people come around to listen. So you gain nothing, and all you've done is attract the attention of some of the, like, more combative, drama-seeking folks. Yeah. Birds, not a winning play. BDG said it best. A lot of execs and producers are uncreative people, aren't capable of imagining a finished product. I think a lot of content creators and artists have to build up that skill from the ground up. Well, yeah, I guess. Oh, okay. That sounds a little overly general to me, but I guess you can't really summarize the nature of production in a Twitch message. There's always going to be people that, like, run a business. Actually, I kind of like that part of it, but also I don't know if I do. I don't know if I do. Ooh. I would say in maybe a lot of ways that's where my spite is. It's the time I spend actually running a business. It's like, fine, I'll do that too. Fuck it. I'll just do all of it then. I'll pick up this coffee thermos. Hunting rifle? Jeff Bezos just bought Inside Gamez for $1 billion. Gamez? Oh no. Inside Gamez. Well, that's it then. I'm done. Time to delete my stream. Take all these subs with me and laugh. Oh, excuse me. Oh, damn. Phew. Okay. I guess I'm allergic to $1 billion. I'll find a way to get over it, though. I'll take my antihistamines. Ugh! Ugh! Hey, PP. Asking how everyone's week was. Mine was pretty good. It was kind of slow from some other work perspectives, but that was good because it let me get ahead on a lot of other life stuff. All those like annoying little things you got to do. I sent off my passport renewal. Signed up for healthcare. I think I got to do something about that still. Steph changed jobs, so I lost my health insurance. I gotta do my own stuff now. Ah, geez, what else? It was a pretty light week. The big thing for me, since like a lot of other distractions were kind of gone, and also my health has been pretty stable. Got my diet back on track. Been ticking down the pounds again, which is nice. Ooh, bought a new car? Ooh. Paranoid I'm gonna mess it up somehow. That's a fun window, but also a very anxious window. Last time I got a new car, it was pristine until they the apartment complex I was in at the time repaved the lot. And I was like, And when I drove out, I could hear the gravelly bits hitting the side of my car, and I was like, son of a bitch! Because it wasn't all dried yet, I guess. And when I got out, I could see the little black streaks. That was it. I sat there grumping. I mean, I wiped it off. It was kind of a pain in the ass, but I was able to get it off. But still, that was the first time. First time my brand new car got shit on it. Damn it, this was here the whole time, huh? Well, okay then. King Egg, thank you very much for the sub. 33 months? You're coming up on 3 years, huh? Wow. I still listen to Rubber Bandits. Have you to thank for introducing me to them. Although it's been a while. They probably have some new stuff. I gotta catch up. Uh-oh. I've fallen in the tiny hole.
The dark place I found myself in was unlike anything I could ever have imagined. It wasn't solid. It flowed. It was conceptual and subjective. For someone else, an artist in another field, it would have been very different. I could sense the story of the manuscript all around me, the words and ideas floating in the air, poised to become real.
Oh, Varshan, unfortunately, no. Since the announcement went out this morning, well, maybe by this time next week, but we unfortunately missed the window for reporting on Activision Blizzard stuff, but it's unchanged from how it's always been, to be honest. The acquisition opinion. I don't like any company getting bigger, especially like Microsoft, who has a history of antitrust problems. But Sony did just raise the price of their PlayStation, and also the price of PlayStation Plus, and also they overcharge for digital games. And people seem okay with it. So it's tough. PlayStation kind of has a weird kind of brand dominance in console gaming right now. And they're kind of to the point, they're so over that it really does seem like the only kind of competition you can have is someone who can
That's where Cauldron Lake was.
outspend and offer a better value. But it seems like people don't even care about that. They don't even care about money for some reason when it comes to consoles. So I don't know. I think Microsoft's doing the best they can, and I fully support somebody coming after PlayStation because I think they're getting a little comfortable. They're leveraging the fact that they are the leader. They're just straight up charging people more money than they would if they had to be competitive and hungry. So, yeah. I also am getting, just personally, a little concerned about their first-party shit. I'm worried that after The Last of Us, they have no interest in making anything that isn't The Last of Us, which is to say, it's got that pastiche of being world-changing art, and also it's got to be a transmedia thing. If it can't be an HBO show, they don't give two shits. And if it can't be remastered 18 times. I'm worried that Sony has profitability expectations now that are unsustainable, basically. Which is weird because they're making a ton of money. And even that's on stuff that they don't necessarily directly make. So I don't know. That's a lot of words. Basically, I want somebody to pick a fight with Sony, and I'm glad it's Microsoft because I think they're one of the few people who can fight them. Can like try to get them rattled a little bit, and maybe spending money on things that are a little more aggressive, just in terms of a market standpoint. But that's tough because everything Sony's done has been correct in terms of like the market and making money. So I don't know. Yeah, Amazon Games could have done stuff. I guess they're still out there trying. Luna's still a thing. Yeah, game Largo. Shrugging is probably the best solution because the good news is, that doesn't look good. At least on the PC, things are about as good as they can possibly get. Nearly every games maker is making or putting their games on PC. And there is healthy competition of digital storefronts on PC, which is also really, really important. That's where Sony's ecosystem is a little troublesome. But yeah, on PC you can have the Epic Game Store, which you don't have to care about, but it did make Steam get their shit in order pretty fast. That's a pretty reductive take, but the timing is a little more than coincidental. Steam was a wreck for like a decade, and here comes Epic suddenly realizing that this is how you get free money, and they actually have the Fortnite money to put a dent in Steam's crown. So yeah, thought the Activision buy was extremely shrug-worthy, I suppose. I mean, the thing is, like, Activision just stopped releasing games, so they have some Titan franchises. But it's not quite the rainbow of content. I think what's more interesting now is that, and Spencer even talked about this, that it's not, I mean, it's the brands they're getting in the deal, and it's the ability to write those revenues towards the Xbox division, I'm sure. But it's also like, it's mobile, which is good. It's a lot of baked-in players that you can message about Game Pass now, which is good. But also, you get this like war chest of IP. Activision has developed and forgotten about so many franchises that now that now that Microsoft has all that, and Microsoft has an array of developers, now Microsoft can start farming out Activision properties to some of their like AA developers, and hopefully they can get that steady cadence of fresh releases for Game Pass that will like empower their marketing, and that can speak to a like aging millennial audience. So they get something like Guitar Hero. Like Guitar Hero, it's exclusive to Game Pass. It's a service thing. Just sign up for Game Pass, and guess what? You get Guitar Hero. We update it with a couple songs every month. Just stuff like that. You get like 2 months free a year of World of Warcraft. It enables a lot of like cross-marketing that could potentially blow up the footprint of Game Pass, which is what the whole point was. I would shell out so much money for new Guitar Hero hardware. I mean, Rock Band 4 is right there. I think you can still buy it. I know people have particular affiliations, but I think WoW could come to console. The only reason it would is if there's enough audience on console to justify it being there. And it would require a lot of like UI rework and stuff. Maybe WoW's in a completely different shape now. I mean, it must be than what I remember. I don't know. And this is Blizzard we're talking about. It's Hard for me to imagine them getting off the couch unless there's just like tens of millions of subscribers waiting to be gained. Yeah, Tony Hawk. Give that to one of the many studios. See, this is what I... What the fuck? I guess they announced that Kotick will actually be stepping down in the new year, which makes sense. His run is finished. It's not necessarily a blood sacrifice for Activision's discrimination suits, because most people have forgotten about those already. It's more like there's nothing left for him to do. He did everything absolutely perfect. You cannot have a run in business better than Bobby Kotick's. He took Activision from like a... What did he buy Activision for? It was like $2 million or whatever. And in 30 years, he grew it to a $70 billion company. That is just unheard of in American business. I mean, it's not unheard of, but it's like a top 10. So he did it. He's in the Hall of Fame, unfortunately. Did he step down, or people are gonna frame it as all sorts of things. But he won. Yeah, he beat gaming. Made a lot of money for a lot of people. The gamers won? I mean, still technically true. You're gonna get to play like every Call of Duty on Game Pass. That'll be a fun day. I doubt they're gonna like let them all go at once though. They'll probably do a kind of like a TikTok where it's, we're adding this new game, we're adding this old game, we're adding this new game. Yay, I guess? Yeah, I'm trying to think of really hot gets for Game Pass aside from Call of Duty, because honestly, there's like Crash Team Rumble, Crash Bandicoot's game, or all Crash Bandicoots. What does Activision make? They were a little more prolific in Gen 7. Spyro, yeah. I'd have to look up a list. And I remember when Guitar Hero came out and Activision like got a hit. I remember this was in like the middle 2000s. There were some there were some investor calls I remember listening to or reading the transcripts of back then, where they were just straight up like, yeah, this is what our business is now. Our business is entirely about finding these franchises and like throwing them on a bonfire and getting as much money as possible out of them. They were one of the first studios to kind of build a multi-developer network to generate game releases faster than any other studio, because other studios were still relying on one team making one game at a time. But I think with Call of Duty, they first did that. And then with Guitar Hero, it was kind of a different strategy. They didn't need multiple developers because all they had to do was just license more music. So they started doing that, and then somebody was like, aren't you worried about burning the franchise out? And I don't know if it was Kotick specifically, but somebody in the management team was like, yeah, that's the point. Like, no, we're going to keep releasing this until it stops making money, and then we find the next thing. That was the first moment I was Jokerized. It really is interesting what happened with Call of Duty as well, because without Modern Warfare, Call of Duty was not looking great. It was like declining year over year, and it was kind of the banner franchise in terms of boxed copy sales. But man, did Modern Warfare ever turn it around? I'm really curious how 3 is gonna go. 3 is such a this is my last year's CEO game. I mean, it's Activision through and through. It's also, I'm kind of fascinated by Modern Warfare 3 because it's the first time where a direct sequel is being made by a different studio. So that's fun. That also means that they were developing 3 while they were developing 2. How do you even have the story and shit? How do you even make the campaign? Or maybe 3 was like a different game up to a point or something. Oh no. How tough am I? You really think so? You think COD gamers are gonna be like, we need to get Bobby back? That's when COD was good. Sheesh. Call of Duty gamers are a special breed, man. They have a weird, like, hate relationship with COD. I guess that happens with any fandom that plays a game for a long time. World of Warcraft can be that way. Destiny for sure. COD feels like it's special though. COD is interesting because it's a game that just all it wants to do is keep your interest and sell you stuff. And people like play it for 8 hours a day and don't understand why they feel malnourished or unfulfilled. Whoa. Oh yeah, Halo? Yeah, things can be a little rough with Halo, that's true. It's tough because I realize this probably associates with COD as well. I feel like some of these fandoms have like deep pangs of existentialism mixed in with their frustration. It's a lot of like I'm being an adult sucks. Mixed in with more justifiable frustrations, but it's always a really interesting potpourri of anger. Being a COD streamer is like being a Cenobite from Hellraiser. Ooh, Autumns. It's been a while since I've seen Hellraiser, but I'm massively intrigued by that. What's a Cenobite? Are they the dudes that have fish hooks in them? Wearing a lot of vinyl? Such pleasure. That's a boat. Cenobite is what Pinhead is. Okay. Oh, man. Speaking of Clive Barker, maybe I should check out Undying. I always wanted to play that game. I remember playing the demo. Undying kind of came out in that late 90s PC golden age. One of many, like, elevated concepts horror games. Oh. Damn it. The zippy dudes just seem like they're here to waste your time. Game loves flashlights. Yeah, it's kind of its thing. Light and dark and what have you. Oh. Cinematic action. I'm excited to play through American Nightmare again. I remember just kind of sitting down and playing through that in one sitting. On some random, like, Saturday afternoon. I mean, like, okay. I remember playing it and distinctly feeling like, well, that's the last I'll probably ever see of Alan Wake. What's the deal with American Nightmare? It's like a standalone downloadable game. I think Remedy was trying to continue the story but couldn't quite get the budget to make like a full sequel at the time. It's meant to be an episode of Night Springs. Oh. Yeah, there's a lot I do not remember about Alan Wake, so this has been a very fun playthrough. Excited to remember all the things I forgot about American Nightmare. You think there's subtext in some of this stuff? Heavy on the metaphor. Oh. What do you mean Dale Cooper? There's a Fed, but he's no Cooper. I guess there really isn't a Cooper in this show, huh? You got a log lady, and then you have the, like, affable police dude. You don't really have the really cute one with a high-pitched voice. Yeah, who's the guy that keeps calling Alan other novelists' names? That's Nightingale, the FBI agent. I wonder if he, like, thinks up a whole stack of them before he runs into Alan so he can, like, talk shit. What do you think would have been better for Microsoft to buy? Activision Blizzard or Square Enix? I feel like Square is now on the table, but it's complicated by the fact they just made the biggest acquisition and can't get another one for a while. Oh, well, maybe. Yeah, Microsoft is probably done with acquisitions for the time being. If for no other reason than they might be, well, legally, they just had to burn a lot of cash and time to get this through, so they don't want that smoke. If it's smaller. Anyway, I don't know about Square. Getting Candy Crush is pretty important for Microsoft in terms of, or for Xbox, really. Now as a now as a brand, Xbox has like multiple established revenue streams. Square has game sales that they always struggle with, and then they have Final Fantasy XIV. Then they have like a handful of like manga and online services and media services in Japan, I think. But Square just sold a studio. Square just sold some stuff, so they're cash rich, which impacts acquisition somehow, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure how. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Square's really that rich of an acquisition target. Maybe they are? Where do you want me to go? Maybe I can just jump over the fence. I saw a bizarre editorial from a analyst that I have sourced on Inside Games before. Takahashi Mochizuki, pretty sure. Writing about how Japan's government should allow Nintendo... Oh, here we go. God, it's so silly. Should allow Nintendo to get acquired by a Western company. And it was so... the only reason was just cause. Like, that was... I read the whole thing and I was like, surely this author is going to make a case for this at some point. But no. The case was that Japanese companies are undervalued. And that by allowing Nintendo to be acquired for a large sum by a third party like Microsoft, that then suddenly the other valuations of Japanese companies would go up. And I was like, man, I've never heard anything more soulless in my life. I guess that's true. But there was just like zero acknowledgement of the product or what the effects that might have on it, the effect on the company, on its values, on why that's the most antithetical thing to Nintendo as a company you could imagine. Yeah, it was a lot of words that unfortunately said very little. And I guess I can see the logic of it from a business perspective, but
I needed to get the generator.
It made it very clear to me that I think there are analysts who write about games companies that do not play games, which is not that shocking of a thing to say, but there's a tendency, I think, for us to assume that anyone attached to the games industry at least has some kind of association or emotional interest in games, but yeah, not true. I think that happens a lot at the publisher level. A lot of people that just like have office jobs, and that office job just happens to be the logistics of shipping video games. When we'll see DD2 gameplay? Do you mean Dragon's Dogma 2? I don't know. It doesn't have a release date, I don't think. Apart from that, I included some footage that I captured at a preview event in the most recent Gamescast. Yeah, Best Buy's not going to sell physical media anymore. Well, they're not going to sell Blu-rays or DVDs. I guess they're going to still sell video games. Yeah, that was me playing. I saw a clarification saying that they would still sell physical video games. But I mean, sign of the times though. Definitely not going to be the case for too much longer. Get your DVDs at Goodwill. I'm telling you, Google up your local library. I get 10 credits a month, and I've learned there's a secret trick. If you register for multiple library cards, you get 10 credits for each. So it's not like multiple under the same name. Well, it is, but under different like districts. So if there's digital library programs, you can go out and get like 5 different digital library cards, register them all under this single app, and then you just get tons of credits. So I got to poke around with that. I used it to watch Wolf Guy, or in parentheses Urufu Guy, Japanese movie from 1975. Fucking mental, amazing movie. I wish I could show a trailer for it, but it has tits and like pretty intense violence. But it's a werewolf movie, but also kind of a like 70s crime revenge rampage flick. Fucking dope. Wolf Guy. Yeah, well, 2 words. Yeah, 1975. Pretty great, actually. Very, very like trippy. Very it's very doodly in a particular way. Lots of tits, like I said. Mentioned the titties. Yeah, gratuitous violence, a dark story, trigger warnings left and right.
After Zane had gone, I stood alone in the shifting dream that was the dark place. I had to find a way to the cabin. I'd written myself a way through this place in the manuscript. I followed the idea of a path. I'd written myself across the ocean that blocked my way, and with that, there was a bridge to the island beyond. The idea of the cabin flickered in the underwater darkness. I willed the cabin to be real, and it was.
Oh, you watched Fateful Findings? Amazing. Incredible. I've found that certain people find it very, very, very difficult to make it through that film, specifically because of how uncomfortable the actors look when they're forced to be in a shower with Neil Breen. Because, yeah, that doesn't... Nobody looks like they're having fun there, that's for sure. If that's the wolf guy I'm thinking of, the manga is yikes. I mean, the movie is somewhat yikes. There's literally like 50 chapters of rape, I'm not even kidding. Yeah, there's less of that in the movie. So they really go for it, huh? In the manga? I won't say tasteful is what they are in the film, but it's not like... It's the 70s, you know? It's the 70s, so the lens is never going to be kind to women. In as much as it's kind to anybody. But yeah. I'm guessing it's better done in the movie. Well, I didn't feel disgusted. But yeah, if it's 50 chapters in a row, it's just like the author's getting off to this in the manga. Yeah, I mean, the movie was made in the 70s, so there's a male lens to it. But it definitely doesn't like fetishize that in the same way that it sounds like the manga actually does.
Do as you're told.
Next movie I want to watch is either Dolomite or... Ooh. There were a couple of other films I want to watch.
Never loved you.
I think the big thing for me is I realized I would just open apps and then scroll films until I found something I wanted to watch. So if I'm going to do that anyway, why not? Why not use my lovely public services? Oh! Although, heads up everyone. Heads up. Jesus Christ. I found the episode of Cheaters where Joey gets stabbed. Season 1, episode 88. 88 episodes of Cheaters. I watched. It's not like they're labeled or anything. Anyway. I did it so you don't have to. What the fuck? Boink. I was actually curious if there was manuscript pages up here. If there were. I think the next couple were actually just locked to the next difficulty, which implies that there's a stretch. You need to make a cheater's lookup guide now? It's not a bad idea. I've slowly identified all the parts that like the intro quotes are from. Oh, you got it on YouTube there? Nice. Wait, is there a YouTube channel that has them all? Because, man, I've been looking for that forever. I mean, they're all on Amazon Prime finally. Woo! All right. You know, it's weird. From my memory, I thought Joey getting stabbed was pretty sus. But upon a reviewing, there's some blood. There's like, he looks like he's in shock. Maybe Joey really did get stabbed for justice. That was a good jump.
Shh, baby. You were having a bad dream.
Oh, she's drippy.
It was just another nightmare.
No,
Everything's fine. You're home.
it wasn't a dream.
Everything's fine.
Turn the lights on. Turn the lights on!
Shh, baby. The power's out. There's no light. Come back to bed and I'll make you forget all about your fear in the dark.
My fear? It's your fear. Why aren't you afraid? You're not Alice. Turn the lights on now. Where's the clicker? What did you do with it?
Alan, honey, you're still 1 foot in a dream. You're not making any sense. Come back to bed.
Yeah, it was all a dream. Well, that was obvious. If I order food, then I can keep playing video games, and I won't have to cook anything. Well, I can also microwave a like egg white burrito. Yeah, I actually do have a sample box of Factor. That's what I ate before I started streaming, but that was like 8 hours ago. When she's sponsored by Factor. Yeah, actually I am. It feels wrong to eat 2 Factors in one day though. I can't. Oh, you know what? They did send me sponsored by Self Neglect. Doesn't feel right. I have toast. Maybe I should make some toast. Well, I had that for breakfast. I can. Oh, I'll do my other sponsor. All right, I'll be right back. I have to use the restroom and freshen up my drink anyway. I'll be right back. All right. Thank you very much for hitting the for hitting the goal there. Let me tidy up a little bit. Got me a fresh bev. Oh, come on now. Here we are. All right. In exchange for your extreme generosity, basically over this Big Gamer weekend, I'm just gonna let Media Tech roll whenever I'm not streaming. So, but I'm gonna be streaming a lot, I think. Whoa.
Alan, you're scaring me now. Come back to bed. Have you taken your pills? Do you want me to call Dr. Hartman? I read your manuscript. It's brilliant. Departure is your best work yet. You're a genius. I'm so proud of you. Come back to bed. We'll talk more about it in the morning.
You just want me to sleep. You want me to be a sheeple. I'm sorry. I'm Alan Woke. Yeah, so many games to play, right, Cammy? I'm excited to tear into Mario Galaxy 2 tomorrow. I remember that game just being non-stop happiness. Condensed into a beam and fired at you. It sounds like Mario Wonders is kind of more of that. Just non-stop, ooh. Oh yeah! I forgot about this shit. The stuff you have to, like, shine into existence? Yeah, jeez.
You must find your way to the cabin. It stands in your way. It won't let you pass. It has no heart. It's filled with darkness. You must fill its heart with light.
Are you crazy?
Sounds like Barney's not getting spooked. Uh-oh. Oh, is this where Mr. Scratch comes from? Ah.
He's Mr. Scratch. Your friends will meet him when you're gone.
Don't mind him?
Use the clicker.
Don't mind him. Your friends will meet him while you're gone. So now I'm like officially in the dark place now that I've jumped into the lake. That's what birthed Mr. Scratch. Huh. But other people went into the dark place and they didn't get a doppelganger, right? Alice was in the dark place. So was Barbara, I guess.
I followed the idea of a path.
Did you now? Oh man, I forgot about this part. Yeah, I remember doing a lot of the shining on letters and stuff in the expansion episodes. Kala, this shares a lot of DNA with Deadly Premonition. Another game that I would really like to play on stream. I played a little bit of Deadly Premonition 2 when it was on the Switch. I can only imagine it's a little more playable on PC. Ah, shit. So, you know that thing that you do, that we all do, and we've all done, where you're like pouring a drink and you hold up a bottle and you're like, well, there's not that much left in there. So you just like slorsh it out in your cup. And it turns out there was a lot left in there.
I'm leaving you.
What?
I'm leaving you, Alan. I met someone.
Yeah, that's what I got right now.
Someone else.
Last drink of the evening in this glass.
You can't.
You don't love me.
Unless I get some ideas.
You don't even love yourself.
Yeah, Alana did a full playthrough on Funhouse, I think.
No, I love you more than anything in the world. You're my muse.
I'm not.
Who are you? What have you done with my Alice?
Alan? What are you
A full testament to Alana's basedness.
doing, Alan? Stop!
What am I drinking? This is vodka and ginger beer.
Nothing like that.
So, a Moscow Mule. Mostly because the freezer and the refrigerator are pretty crowded, and we had vodka and ginger beer. I don't really drink that much these days, so I just kind of want to get these bottles done with. I'm actually providing a service by drinking this, is what I'm saying. I'm providing a social good. Oh, is Fall of the House of Usher, is it out? I didn't know it was out yet. I gotta show up for Rahul. Hollywood luminary Rahul Kohli. He has scenes with Luke Hamill in that. Imagine, if you will, Luke Hamill. Oh my God, Mark Hamill. Thank you, King Egg. Imagine, if you will, Hollywood bad boy Rahul Kohli sitting across the table from legend Mark Hamill. Mark Skywalker. Ray Camel.
I had ridden myself across the ocean.
I've already had one Moscow Mule, and this one's even stronger, so.
You're not my Barbara.
Tom, let me go. I promise to be good. Please, untie me, you naughty boy. I will help you write your masterpiece. I will love you forever.
No, you're not Barbara Jagger. I made a terrible mistake. I should have never written you back. You came back wrong. Your heart is filled with darkness.
Put that knife away, Thomas. Put it down.
My heart is filled with darkness. I'll cut it out.
Ah!
Take you back to the depths you came from. Filled with darkness.
I don't remember this. I don't remember these twists. Thomas Zane is not on the level, huh?
I willed the cabin to be real.
I guess I will then. I will it.
Get away from me, you hag! Where am I? Let me go!
Alice! Alice! I'm coming!
Your husband refused to do as he was told. All he had to do was write what I wanted him to write. Now it's too late. It's his fault. You'll stay here forever.
Now you will never get her back.
All right.
I am much older than you. Older than your first work of art. I will find a new face to wear. Someone else to dream me free.
He kind of looks like a doofus.
I could feel Alice's presence close by.
Sometimes he's
I knew
doofing.
what I had to do now. I knew how to write the ending to Departure. There's light and there's darkness. Cause and effect. There's guilt and there's atonement. But the scales always need to balance. Everything has a price. That's where Zane had gone wrong. There's a long journey through the night back into the light. Alice? Alice? Oh no!
Yeah, we got some art happening right now. Alan Wake got his wish. He wrote high art. Oh, that's right, yeah. Alan writes her escaping, but he's not allowed to because that wouldn't be a good narrative.
Alan? Alan?
Think we get Allison too? Yeah. It'd be very weird to not acknowledge Alice. I mean, I guess if it's just Alan in the dark place trying to get out. Yeah, Alan slept. Huh. Of all companies, I feel like Remedy would not do the kind of sequel where they just sort of keep the things that are convenient and drop everything else. That's my Deer Fest. Huh.
It's not a lake. It's an ocean.
Alan, wake up.
Huh. You don't really ever learn what Nightingale's deal is, do you? Why he's such a turd. It's like... I guess he must have, like... He must have found pages. Before interacting with Alan Wake? I don't know.
Ground control to Major Tom.
There's a backstory for why he's a dick, but I don't think it's in the game. Yeah, you find a page of him reading a page, but he has something for he has it out for Wake from like moment one. I'm actually shocked they got this. I guess David Bowie's always been a sport.
on.
He's a hater, just hates the writing? Really?
Commencing countdown, engines on. 3, 2, check ignition and make.
I kind of like that. It's a fun explanation. Oh, you're joking. Okay. King Egg, I played Metal Gear Solid 5 a long time ago, but I want to replay Metal Gear, all of it, soon.
This is ground control to Major Tom. You've really made the grade.
I need to play Omicron more. I don't know where my save file's at. If it's spooky time, so if we're gonna enjoy David Cage, it's got to be Fahrenheit. Is Two Souls a spooky?
This is Major Tom to ground control. I'm stepping through the door.
It's Ghosts. Oh God, it's Ghosts, right?
Floating in a most peculiar way. And the stars look very different today. For here am I sitting in a tin can.
That's true. Heavy Rain is pretty hard. It's more like a slasher thriller. And that came out on PC. Fahrenheit is stupider though. Although, man, you really can't beat Omicron. You really can't. Wow. You swap souls with some cyber bro and you immediately cuck him. Immediately. There's such magic when you just give a 14-year-old dude in a grown-up's body infinite budget. She knows. Midge 6. Thank you for the sub. Oh, hey. I got to hang out with Lizzie Killian. She's awesome. She's in a band. Yeah. CD Media, thank you. Shout out to Epic for actually funding Alan Wake 2 and their weird A24 art house movie game. Yes. Anyone that gives Remedy money should be applauded. And I know people don't like Epic for some reason, but I think the more corpo players there are, the better. So if they want to start throwing punches in that sphere, let them. Irish Rock. Sorry you have a headache. But I know that. I know that feeling. Oh, Edelman. Ooh. Ring of Fire eclipse between 8 a.m. and 10:15 a.m. Pacific tomorrow, with full eclipse around 9:15. Yeah. Pee Pee Poo Poo wants another gamer stretch. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna do an ass stretch. That thing where you like cross your legs while you're laying on your back and then you kind of pull your knee in. I'm gonna stretch out my ass.
Sir?
Sir. Thank you for the cheer. Digital melancholy. Halo 2 Dead, I kind of remember the prototype video. Oh wait, for Alan Wake 2, never mind. I remember some of their some early tech videos for Alan Wake. It was kind of more focusing on the open environment and the time of day stuff. Hey, Invalid Syntax, thanks for the sub. Oh, don't worry. The video gaming's not over yet. There's 2 DLC chapters. Specials team. And then there's American Nightmare. The DLC must be included with this, right? Yeah. They have the credits from the expansion stuff right here, so. Such a weird sensation. A game that can be beaten in like 8 hours. Yeah. A game that tells a story instead of trying to sell a service. Yeah. I guess if you want that, it's just not expensive. Like, it's not the expensive games anymore. Plenty of 8-hour story experiences in the AA sphere. Yeah, Thunderball, that's the idea. The Remedyverse playthrough. Based on a story by Sam Lake. Yeah, Quantum Break's fun. There's worse ways to spend an evening than playing Quantum Break. Huh. Interesting CD. You thought Control felt corporate? I thought, well, maybe corporate's not the right word. I thought Alan Wake, gameplay-wise, felt like their most compromised game. A game that they, seemed to design explicitly to make it as broadly appreciable as possible. Can't really blame them, given how oh, that was true. But yeah, I mean it's funny to to accuse Control of being corporate because it's like, that's the whole point. It's supposed to be like soulless. Oh no! Epic Hotline. They need to know that I just beat the game. Okay, is that how you do that? That must be. Oh, okay.
Previously on Alan Wake, something I only know as the Dark Presence held my wife captive and used her to make me write a horror story that came true.
I'll bring her back.
Some part of me had been aware enough to write my escape into the story.
But yeah, Control is all about being like...
I saved Alice, then wrote a
ancient and inhuman
story. But not without a price. I was trapped somewhere in the dark place, a strange zone somewhere beyond our world.
It's not a lake. It's an ocean.
After the completion of any difficult undertaking, there are mixed emotions. Accomplishment and relief. Sadness, depression. For a while, everything was about the work. Like an illness that consumed you, changed you. You locked yourself away from the world to do it, and now you need to recover. Learn to live without it. Find a way to crack open the door and let the light back in. I knew this place. It was familiar, but wrong somehow.
Yeah, Halo Dudette. It's... I think I was remembering... Oh, Jesus. I was remembering the special episodes in An American Nightmare when I was thinking of Alan Wake. So it was weird to start Alan Wake over with how normal it is. Well, normal. For a while.
I had no idea why I was here or where I had been before this moment. But something was waiting for me at the back of the diner.
Try the coffee. Just don't blame me when you fall in love, because it'll break your heart when you have to leave.
Here is no longer.
I'm into coconut.
Sonny, I could really use a tune right now. Number 6 in the jukebox. I do it myself, but both of my legs have gone to sleep. Bad circulation. Yeah.
Are you serious? Again? You disgust me. Call yourself a rocker. Unbelievable.
It does that. Get stuck. Yeah, you need to give it a good solid whack. Now that's what I'm talking about. Yes.
This is it. I've died and gone to hell.
Anyone doing anything fun for Halloween? I don't know yet. Hopefully a friend of mine will either host or invite me to something interesting. I gotta be honest though, I've had some of the best Halloweens of my life drinking wine, watching scary movies, and handing out candy. Cause LA Halloweens are bananas. There's so many people that live here. And it just doesn't stop for like a solid 2.5, 3 hours. Sometimes there's lines. And I'm not even giving out like good stuff.
Alan, listen to me. Go no deeper.
What?
Oh, there are alarm clocks? Oh, I already missed one.
I will try to help the best I can, but it's up to you. Find a better point of contact.
What do you mean?
It sounds like Zane.
Please, you're the one making all this happen. Concentrate. This is what's happening.
Nightmares. Too deep. Can't take the pressure. It's too much.
Suddenly, Wake found himself face to face with himself. At the sight of myself, the dream suddenly became lucid. The dark place. That's where I was.
You will need weapons.
Whoa. Cool.
It's not the light itself, but what it represents. You will need it.
Gun.
This is not a gun. It's a tool in a logical process of elimination. Be careful. I will try to find a better point of contact.
I didn't understand Zane's message. and knowing where I was didn't fix anything. Something had gone wrong after I had finished Departure.
You know, there's something sweet about Alan Wake as well. Kind of like Death Stranding. It seems like a game that's trying very, very hard to not be about shooting a bunch of monsters or dudes or whatever. It's not about violence. I mean, it is guns, but they do have a narrative structure where it's like, well, they're like shadow monsters, and you have to like illuminate them first. And you don't they don't spray blood and scream.
Day had become night. The diner had become deserted. Then the door was smashed off its hinges and Wake had to fight for his life.
Woo! We got this. We got it. We got it. Seems like a gun to me. Yeah, it's pretty close to being a gun. It's pretty much a gun. But no, it's a tool of logical elimination. Don't you see? It's a metaphor. It's the creative process. You're merely eliminating the bad ideas. Great. God. Everything got smarter. Games got smarter. You pick up a clock. It says collectible clocks 1 out of 10. And you're like, cool. That's it. Video games. I just got done playing fucking Phantom Liberty, which has some of the most morally confused, complicated, interesting writing. I mean, this is weird too, but I just mean like the video game part of it. You want to get the clocks. The clocks don't have like
become twisted.
Some kind of fatal condition.
Didn't belong here.
For real though, pretty sure now that Alan Wake works its way into the diegesis of Death Stranding now. It wouldn't be that hard for there to be some kind of crossover there, because Death Stranding's all about sort of literalizing the reality of death. Really, when you have something like Control, you kind of have the structure to do whatever you want metatextually with anything. Would you rate Phantom Liberty on a scale from 1 to 5? That's a bit tough because I haven't done all the side stuff in it, but as a let me think about this. As a like single player story experience, pretty solid 4. There's some beats that were a little iffy, a little wishy-washy. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking maybe it's a stronger. It's a strong 4. Once I see all the endings and do the side quest, that might change though. Also, it's like what, $30? That's kind of absurd. It's better than like 90% of single player story games in general. Oh shit. Bow. What is Phantom Liberty? I haven't heard of this game. It's the expansion for Cyberpunk 2077. Oh. Fuck. 3? Remember that Death Stranding analysis series I mentioned a long time ago? Cool if you don't, but I've gotten started on it and already have 2 hate campaigns launched against me. I think I might be onto something with it. Yeah, maybe. Yeah? 2 hate campaigns, huh? What could you say about a like 3-year-old video game that makes people that upset?
I knew it was my writing, but the words were jumbled dreamlike fragments. Reloading frantically. The rounds, slippery stones throw away from the tent. The bed looked inviting, but it was just the radio.
It was pretty heavy, Rogue Poet, yeah. I think, jeez. I don't think it has the quality of just like sincere, clever, complicated, interesting, heartfelt writing that you could recommend to just anybody. It's not something...
Hello?
It's not one of those universal things, but I don't think it was trying to be.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Listen, I can help you, but you're drifting deeper. I can't reach you. You must come to me.
I don't necessarily think that intentionally making something universal necessarily makes it better art, though.
It made no sense for the GPS system to work. I doubted any satellite was in range here. These were alien skies, but it was guiding me towards something. Towards Zane?
Let's see here. There's a hidden narrative you can only see by doing a mega deep read of the subtext and chase down all the narrative references. Yeah, that could be right. And this has people organizing hate campaigns, huh?
Something had shifted again. The dark place was playing tricks on me. It wouldn't stay still.
Best cupcakes, huh?
The town itself turned against Wake. Cars flew toward him. They cracked bone and crushed muscle. It oozed hate. It wanted to bury him.
So is Mr. Scratch writing the narrative now, or is that me kind of mentally broken down after finishing the narrative, finishing the book? Car bonked. God damn it. So impossible to predict.
Something had shifted again. The dark place was playing tricks on me. It wouldn't stay still.
Did they tell you when Alan Wake 2 takes place? It's like years after the first one.
The town itself.
It's basically been moving in real time, so like
They cracked bone and crushed muscle.
Alan Wake happened in 2008 or 9 or whatever. 13 years? Yeah. It's been a while. Neo Shogo, I wish I had an answer for you. Is the world gonna end? I mean, that's kind of assured, right? One way or the other? So maybe I do have an answer for you. Yes. Gummy yummies? Oh man, I could go for some gummy yummies. Yes, products. Cheese and cream, garlic and vinegar. Whoa, it's intense. Heavy flavors. Is there a way to non-lethal the Sunshine Zombos? Not really, no. They're not people. They're partially formed character concepts. Ooh.
Everything I saw was familiar, and yet it wasn't.
It's not a gun. It's a metaphorical tool.
I cannot keep up. You're going too deep. I will try to guide you. Follow the signal.
I'm trying.
You must face yourself. Follow me.
Oh!
I popped the analog stick off.
The GPS system was...
Smash that back in there. Nope. Almost got it. There it goes. Okay.
Supposed to lead me to Zane, but the shifts
Yeah,
were
he said it.
interfering with it. I had to keep trying. I wouldn't survive alone.
One of these days I'm gonna get back to that game. Maybe I can convince Bruce to do co-op again. What do you do? What? What are you doing, Alan? What are you doing there? Yep.
The changes were becoming more violent. The street wasn't so much ripped apart.
Hell
as it
yeah.
was missing.
It's getting fucking weird.
Hand had reached down and scooped it up. Everything felt erratic.
I'm kind of excited because it seems like Alan Wake 2 has... They've already structurally built in their... the two different environments. Because Alan's already in the dark place. So it's like... If you ever have a taste for going to Spooky Town, you can play as Alan. And then if you get tired of that and want something a little more rooted and normal, you can play as Saga. Really smart way to divide it up. But that also means that hopefully you'll get to go to surrealist, ridiculous, dark place, crazy town right away if you want to. Ghost comment. Thanks for the sub. All is well. I'm sipping on a Moscow Mule and a Soylent. Taking in all kinds of fluids, and they're doing things. It's a beautiful ballet going on. It's not the best flavor and texture combo, I'll be honest. Vodka and strawberry Soylent. But you know what? I'm living in the future. I could have spent like $40 on delivery. And if I keep sipping on vodka, it's almost an inevitability. But for now, it's the carbon conscious thing to do. Kept hearing vodka. Yes, vodka's involved. It's a vodka evening. Steph's not here, so I have to drink. That's the rule. Oh. Ow! Ow! It's a gamer's weekend. This weekend's for the gamers. Air quotes finished Phantom Liberty. Air quotes finished Alan Wake. A lot of air quotes. Yes, fully free of responsibility. I already did the dishes. Got Inside Games all posted. I paid my taxes. Took my vitamin pills, did my daily stretches. Praised the Lord 4 times. Eh?
Where are you? Look, I'm trying to follow your goddamn signal.
The dark place is playing tricks on you. You're still going deep. I'm trying to guide you, but it's hard.
What is this?
I can help you.
Mailed in that passport application? Yeah.
What? This is bullshit.
It's happening again. Brace yourself.
I was running after Zane, and he was telling me I was going too deep. It was ridiculous, but I was more scared than amused. I felt like I was being hindered by an unseen force in ways I couldn't fight. All I could do was keep going.
It's interesting too that they were like pushing it towards a down the rabbit hole, shit's getting real fucked up situation with this and American Nightmare. That stuff makes me wonder, like with unlimited budget, where would they have gone in the first game? Because they kept it fairly tame. How long is mail-in passport renewal? Haven't done that yet. Ask me again in a month, I guess. I opted for the expedited processing, so let's see if it actually does that. Renewing your passport is so, like, last century. You have to fill out this whole form, staple a stupid photo to it, write them a check, or send in a money order. Oh, 3.5 weeks for expedited? That's not so bad. I mean, I guess that's bad, but that's more than enough time for the traveling I'm gonna do. Yeah, most countries let you do it online. They sure do. They, when I needed to renew my passport, they had an online renewal service. And I was like, cool. So I filled it out, and they were like, great. You've renewed your passport. I was like, great, cool. And then nothing happened. And then I went back to check the website and like look at the status of my application.
This happened before we found Barry.
And it was basically like, hey, we're not doing that anymore. So yeah, never mind. All right. So if I hadn't waited around for that, my passport wouldn't have expired, but whatever. It should be fine. Your passport expiring doesn't actually affect its renewal. It's not like I had to take a quiz or something. Just gonna wait behind this tree. Ah, Ventura. Yeah, you finished this today? Catching up on the lore? It's pretty fun, huh? There's a unique spirit in this game, that's for sure. Remedy games have always had a unique spirit, but Wake feels specially special. Thinking about what's Remedy's most Remedy game. It might be Max Payne 1. That game's pretty damn goofy. I'll say this though, I feel like Remedy games have had the longest streak of conceptual continuity. Maybe Zelda? Skyward Sword was getting kind of close to losing the plot in terms of gameplay, but holy shit, did Breath of the Wild bring everything back. Really, only other series kind of lose out because they just haven't been around long enough. Yeah, Control, man. Control wasn't, well, I almost said Control wasn't goofy, but then I thought about Dynamite. It's pretty self-serious most of the time, but then again, I guess Max Payne was as well. The problem was, or not problem, but the self-seriousness of Max Payne was a constant joke. Yeah, that's tough. It might be Control. I feel like Control's Remedy is at its most confident, which is a very good thing. Definitely don't like it when Remedy pulls punches because their punches are awesome.
I had to find the key.
Alan Wake 1, the retail game, felt very reserved, which is weird because it's probably like way wackier than most other games at their most wackiest. But it definitely felt like they were like the ramp up was a bit slow, and it was. I realized in retrospect it was pretty obvious with what it was doing, but I think even then a lot of people didn't get it. But that was the odds. People weren't ready for Alan Wake then. People thought Mass Effect was like grown-up dramatic storytelling, like high art. So we got to give folks a little while to come around to things. Ryan Peters, thanks for the sub.
Gonna give Pastor Howard a piece of my mind about this lock. I told him to get it fixed. Wait, I got the door open. Run for it.
Yeah, this is more the Alan Wake I remember. I guess it was just because it was more recent. I thought more of Alan Wake 1 was like this. Surrealist trips through like Nightmare Shadowland.
The world was changing, twisting out of control.
Although, another thing that occurred to me at the time, which it's also very apparent now, is that they are heavily reusing assets.
Asshole.
I mean, in Grand Remedy fashion, they have a good narrative framework for why that's happening. And all the surrealistic bust-ups of the environment help a lot. But yeah, I guess they did just have to chop up what they already had.
The shifts were getting more severe. I wasn't sure if the place got bigger or I got smaller. The signal was going haywire. I would have to find my way out of here on my own.
Did they come back? Because you can use those to hurt dudes, right? That's a cool idea, too. I also I really appreciated that they were finding ways to do combat that super weren't about the gun. And that's another thing that I sort of personally take to mean that after Max Payne, they wanted to do things that weren't necessarily about a dude shooting. I feel like that's a writer's thing. Again, that's why I link it to like Death Stranding. I feel like an artist, someone who takes the craft of creation seriously, at a certain point you get exhausted just giving people fantasies where they get to kill people. Like it must weigh on your soul after a while. It's like, is this all I do? Is this why I'm here? My entire life? The beauty of my being is reduced to just like writing stories about an angry man who shoots people. That mixture of like... There's a magic cocktail that happens when there's a writer who almost by definition is extremely introspective and also slightly self-deprecating, then turns their narrative interest inward and creates a story about a writer. But they use that as a framework to tell the story they really want, which is, for heaven's sake, something about anything other than an angry man shooting people. As long as Angry Man gets some hot chicks every once in a while. Yeah, man. John Wick never got laid, did he? Poor guy. I guess he had his wife. His beautiful wife. There was a light about her.
Zane left me a page. He was trying to help me.
Oh.
Oh. Barry. Hey, bestseller. Looking good.
You're not real.
Well, no shit. What gave me away? What, the see-through thing? I'm a figment of your imagination, just like pretty much everything else you see here. Maybe even you.
That's insane.
Yeah, you're right. Everything that happened before made perfect sense, but this is insane. Good catch, Al.
Okay, look, I gotta get going. The GPS...
GPS, yeah, I know. Follow the signal. Got it.
Thanks.
So, anywho, I'm here to help you out. The thing is, you need to get a grip, all right?
You nag the way the real Barry does. You know that?
Well, hey, be fair. It's not my fault you think I'm annoying.
I don't think you're annoying.
Al, baby, relax. It's cool. Just try to stay on the ball here. You need to do what Zane tells you. He's been here for ages. He's like the expert. Anyway, if this is insane and it's all from your mind, what does that say about you?
Fine, enough. I can't believe I was actually happy to see you.
Oh, come on. Don't shit a shitter, Al. Deep down, you're always happy to see me. Can't lie to yourself, know what I'm saying?
I must be a sucker for punishment.
You? No, really? And I always thought you went out of your way to avoid trouble.
Thanks. Thanks for that.
Hey, he's my Johnny Silverhand. Don't shit a shitter. I've always heard don't bullshit a bullshitter. I mean, that's the cleaner way of saying it, I suppose. Oh, hey. Thunderball, I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, I have to admit, it was an interesting exercise going back and seeing some of that stuff with a more objective lens. I have to admit, with that Cyberpunk video, kind of fascinated by people who just, like, did not accept a disclaimer. They were like, no. Even if they said that things might change and this is test footage, it doesn't count. If they're up there showing it, the final product should have it. I was like, man, that sucks. That sucks, man.
I think the signal's pointing towards that thing in the distance.
Yeah, that'd be the
I guess there's just no reason.
I don't know anything you don't. So why don't you ask yourself that? Huh? Maybe you saw a sign for it back in the real world. Or maybe it's the sawmill, because I said it's the sawmill, and now you can't get it out of your head.
Fantastic.
Yeah, sure has given me a headache. Or is that your headache? Do you have a headache?
Barry?
Dude, we're bonding.
A fisherman always recognizes another fisherman. Aesop, do you mean game recognizes game? I don't know what it, I think I've just hit that magic age where I'm starting to appreciate aphorisms because I'm recognizing that a lot of them have more than one meaning.
Mightier than the sword.
You're fired.
Aww.
Sometimes they think it don't be like it is, but it do. Yeah, ball don't lie. Amen. There's one thing that I have in the past ignored and regretted every time, which is trust people when they tell you who they are. That can be tough because I feel like it can run aground on like judging too harshly or too quickly. Such a fine line between trusting your gut and then letting your prejudices or your presumptions guide you. Feel that at work all the time? Oh, what do you do for work? It's something I slowly had to figure out in retail. It's like, there was this weird thing I went through when I was working retail where if somebody would like come in and they would have like a particular body language or they'd be saying things in a particular way, I'd be like, geez, it really is kind of like a video game? Like, are people this obvious to read sometimes? Sometimes they are. I think it's like if, oh geez. Whoa. Sometimes I think if you're working retail or whatever, people don't even bother trying to hide. And that's when it's so easy to read people, is when they don't give two shits what you think. I think it'd be different if they were like trying, but even then you kind of know when people are trying, right? So it's like, I don't know. People are weird. You simultaneously have no idea what's going on in somebody's head, but you can also kind of feel where they're at. It's almost like a state versus a motivation kind of thing. A human being might be infinitely complex, but you can read if somebody's just grumpy in the moment, and that's gonna like change the temperature of everything. Yeah, Dying Panda, LA Noire, exactly. That's what I was thinking of. Of just like, it can't be that, right? Everybody's got their arms crossed and they're grumpy. One thing that was a bit of a revelation for me is that for all the people who were just like utterly baffling, I later came to understand that they probably were all on drugs. This is kind of a cooler environment. There's a lot going on. Jesus. Ah! What the? That hurt me? That hurt me too. Gosh darn it. That's annoying. All right. Maybe I should just sprint.
Not even flesh anymore. Just shadows and ghosts and thoughts. Slicing
What the? What is hitting me? I guess I wonder if these are ever going to kill. I think they may just reveal. I don't know. Oh. What? That was odd. Didn't even see them. Okay, maybe I got to move a little slower then. Read people based on their loadout or what they bring in. Behaviors are my main indicator for theft. You find would-be thieves are pretty easy to read. Ah, criminal phrenology. Just have to examine the skulls of everyone that walks in. Sounds simple. Huh. Only so many ways to do it. Fucking shit. Ugh, come on. Why is it always right there? I just get assaulted by invisible dudes who cut me up. Yeah, I guess when they start stealing things, that's a pretty strong indicator. Aww.
Not even flesh anymore. Just shadows and ghosts.
If someone has something keistered, you can always tell. They don't do a couple of spins around the block to make sure they can walk natural. Seen someone bring in a duffel bag full of balloons, then deflate them in the fitting room to steal clothes before. What? That's impressive. That's a lot of work. God. Okay, I blew myself up with that one. So like they came in with a duffel bag that seemed like it was full of stuff, and then they deflated all the balloons and filled it back up with clothes. Total side note, because I'm doing late night freelance video editing. Whatever you do, don't update Premiere to the newest update. It sucks so badly.
You know, you're gonna have to make your way across here.
Thank you for the warning.
Probably has something to do
Yeah, at Funhouse, we would be very,
You think?
Yeah.
judicious with our Premiere updates.
Your insight is staggering.
Memphis Suga, I like this controller quite a bit. The big benefit, and it really is, this won't sound like much, but you can use a an analog stick at the same time as a mouse. So I think it's ideal for 3D action games like this. Anything that involves driving, it's really good for. The idea is that it's intensely ergonomic, which I also agree with, but I never really had a whole lot of like hand cramping or discomfort using just normal WASD. But you do kind of have to hold your hands in a weird shape for WASD keyboard control, so...
Al, I'm not saying anything you haven't come up with first. Figment, remember?
This kind of thing could drive a man insane.
No! This is great! And it's probably therapeutic for you, too. Yes,
Rogue Poet, you have to be very aware of your fingers. The paddles are actually very sensitive. So yeah, if you I have definitely panic hit many buttons. Especially when getting used to it. Yeah, are those button options all around your fingers? They are. Here, let me show you. So, this is how it's set up right now. Each one of my 4 fingers has like a button on the bottom, a button towards my palm, and a button away. Uh-oh. B. And then also one to the side here. And then there's an analog stick. There's a hat switch that's bound to Xbox D-pad. And then there's these buttons on top that you can't really see. There's like a row of buttons up there. And then 2 more buttons that aren't actually on this model. But yeah, for the sake of Cyberpunk, because I'm using an Xbox joystick, I've bound a lot of the paddles to controller buttons instead of keyboard buttons. Because Cyberpunk was having this weird issue where it couldn't accept an input from a joystick and a keyboard at the same time. So, that helped that. Made other things much more complicated. But, I adapt. I learn, I adapt, I game. Oh my god. Rogue Poet, yeah. I mean, yeah, if you're a twitchy gamer, This definitely will make you mellow out. Which it's made me mellow out a lot.
Words littering the landscape. His books common and
It's the intersection of like being uncomfortable with the controls and hitting the wrong button. And especially in the case of Cyberpunk, playing on like very hard, where you die in like 2 shots, and you have one chance to hit the right button to stay alive, and it wasn't the right one. Yeah.
The version of myself I saw now sounded insane, like a demented storyteller who was out to torment and destroy his protagonist.
I wonder if this is... Do you think this is Sam Lake's reflection on his own writing in Alan Wake? He's like, wow, I went a little too far out there. I wonder. Oh. Again, the Barton Fink of video games. Oh. You have a diagnosed twitching issue that's getting worse with age. Okay. In that case, this is probably not the device for you. It does require pretty steady fingers. Oh no, I'm getting attacked by books. Copies of my own best-selling novel. Book burbs. Burbs.
Come on, you gotta be careful. Those are bad words. Bad words.
Bookbird. I do kind of like that now they're starting to have the like words that are bad. Like Barry said, I just realized I added nothing of value when I said that out loud, but I like lateral thinking of game mechanics. Excuse me. Oh, we don't like the Ravens. Okay. Now, where's the tits, Alan? Where's the tits? I think it's also pretty remarkable that Alan Wake does not have a ridiculously sexualized female character. For all the gun compromise in this game, for all the gameplay compromise, and I feel like there is a fair amount of that, especially when it comes to Remedy. Even though it was at the height of like video game grime, they still kept their class. Although it's interesting, like there's really only one scene where Alan is pretty shitty towards Alice. It's implied that he was shitty leading up to that. I think really he was just attached. But that one scene like really stands out to people, I think.
The earth shook. Streetlights pushed themselves up through the ground, flickering madly and spitting spark. In the shadows, Wake saw far too many figures advancing eagerly, already tasting the kill.
Man, I'm trying to think of like peak horny Gen 7 gaming. I mean, Mass Effect 3 might be ultimate Gen 7 degeneracy, but now I'm thinking X-Blades was pretty bad / good. Mortal Kombat 9 is pretty in there. But up to that point, that was Oni-Chanbara. Yeah, Oni-Chanbara. Oni-Chanbara is kind of awesome, though. It's actually kind of good. It's also too obvious. Lollipop Chainsaw has a lot of redemptive value too. Lollipop Chainsaw is weirdly feminist, I think. I got a whole thing about it. And if anyone's qualified, it's a white male gamer. I feel like the ultimate example happened before that. It was Warrior Within. You take this like heartfelt Prince of Persia game and you give the prince like eyeshadow. You put Godsmack in the trailer,
This is just too...
and then you make the villain have the most righteous rack.
Is all this really coming out of my head?
That's just the way this place is, Al. All that random stuff in your head. Imagination can do anything.
But you're from my
Yeah. You know what, Al?
Yeah, I am Varshan. I'm upset about that.
I've gone any further.
I don't really get too worked up about like translations or anything, but changing the camera angles in Mass Effect 2 is, I think, sacrilege. I think that's a shame edit, and that's fucked up. Like, they shouldn't do that without also acknowledging the state of the game, that it was a product of its time, and that it was just like, you don't do that shit. Imagine if they did that with any other film. Fucked up. Like, yeah, it's not good. It's not a good look. I don't know. I've had issues with BioWare for years. You know what it is? It's the same Craven bullshit. The exact same motivation that made them put those camera shots in the game in the first place is the exact same reason they're taking them back out. They're snapping their spine to whatever's popular. And that's... Yeah, you did it, so own it. Also, I feel like that's part of the game. There is no Mass Effect without it being the 2000s. In the same way there is no Halo without that either. Or sorry, late 2000s. That's what it is. And to try to like rewind time and be like, no, it's more Star Trek than it is like Girls Gone Wild in Space. I'm like, well, okay, sure. But also, is it though? And if you think that's what it is, you're lying to yourself and your audience. I don't know. Yeah, you're taking the ass out of Mass Effect. Not okay. Truly not okay. Especially given that, like, horniness is a big reason why it caught on so big in certain circles. It was the, like... It captured the fanfic Tumblr community pretty hard, and there's a good reason. Not because of the ass shots, by the way. Not at all. But just because there was any kind of like... There was any kind of egalitarian horniness. Just like at all. Poor lady gamers had to go like decades without having their needs serviced in the slightest. Until Nathan Drake in Mass Effect. I guess the Final Fantasy series had some honks. Ugh. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid, but even that's pretty doodly. Metal Gear Solid 2, I guess there was Raiden. But yeah, you had to rely on Japanese games, right? I remember at one point being like, man, why do girls like Japanese games so much? And then I can't remember what game it was. I think it might have been Final Fantasy X. But I looked up and there was like a pristine, beautiful man sitting there with like porcelain skin who was expressing his feelings about something, and I was like, oh, I think I might get it. I think I understand now. Yeah, this sequence is actually really badass. Ladies love skinny emo boys. I mean, so if in a reductive sense, yes, but in a more significant sense, Japanese games were definitely made with female consumers in mind. They serviced both audiences. Serviced is a weird verb to use there. They acknowledged both audiences. There's a weird thing in the West where like STEM led to a lot of video game companies being dude heavy, and a lot of Western devs ended up like, it was a lot more like them making games that they thought was cool. It's the Duke Nukem effect. A lot of ninjas and space marines. Don't remember Dragon Age being as horny as Mass Effect. There was horniness in Dragon Age for sure, but it was like you had to read to get there. Dragon Age was the last real BioWare game. If your girl got horny in Dragon Age, keep her. She's an intellectual. If she's got opinions about Alistair, who is an interesting character. Dragon Age had one sex scene at the end of the game. Yeah, kinda. Mass Effect was way more harem. They were kind of lined up for you like a meat market. Whereas, yeah, Dragon Age was like any kind of carnal relations was the end of a very long and complicated relationship. Fuck me. Morgan is best girl? What? Nah. Morgan is the like. So it took me a minute to wise up to this, but there's a dynamic in visual novels. Real visual novels will not let you get laid the first time you play. Because you're just some dope. You don't know what any of these ladies are into. You don't know what they're doing. Some visual novels will toss you a pity lay because they know you want to get laid. Morgan's the pity lay. Also, she's like stealing your seed, right?
Okay, this is just too weird.
She's the default.
Barry, is all this really coming out of my head?
She's the intercourse you have in Dragon Age when you've actually failed and you know it, but you don't want to admit it to yourself.
But you're from my imagination.
Yeah. You know what, Al? Do yourself a favor. Don't
It's interesting. I feel like Dragon Age and Persona are both games where I've met a character and I've been like, you. And then after like some dialogue, I'm like, you know what? No, this is weird. I'm kind of not into this anymore. Anyway, with Dragon Age, it was Leliana. In Persona, it was Chie. I still followed through, but it felt wrong with Chie. With Leliana, it was like, oh yeah, we're gonna, this is it. And then we had some conversations, and I was just like, you know what? We can hang out, but you do you. Almost done with Baldur's Gate 3. Hated Lae'zel when I first met her, but she turned out to be the right fit for my character. Oh, Lae'zel is amazing. So here's another way in which Baldur's Gate 3 violates the norms. You almost can never, ever, ever in a video game have a female character that nags the player. Dudes react so negatively to that shit. And for all I know, all players do, but it's a thing. That was something that I thought was really interesting about Hi-Fi Rush, is that the, I can't remember her name, but she only ever expresses, like, bemused annoyance at you. Peppermint, thank you very much. And also, like, that's another thing that I might be reading too much into. There's certainly character reasons for it, but Atreus is like, he doesn't mouth off at all in Ragnarok. He's always very polite and yeah, of course, I'm sure Kratos trained him to be that way eventually, but I've always found it interesting how like any pushback from an NPC instantly is hated by most players. So Lae'zel's really interesting because she's very bratty.
You need to get that door open before you can get into the warehouse. That's the way forward.
They still managed to make most people come around to her by the end.
Complicated man, and no one understands you. But I'm talking.
Barry.
Talking about Wake. They wake and dig it. Huh. Interesting. My wife only got into Baldur's Gate 3 because of the reactions of girls listening to Asterion talk horny. I wish I was joking. She's now 200 hours in. Character work can go a long way. Oh. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is truly a testament to solid character writing. I mean, it's a testament to so many things. So many things. So many things that, like, Western developers were hot on the trail of until, like, 98. Well, no, the CRPG was... I'm trying to think now. Oh, this sound's losing its mind a little bit. Fallout 2 was like 97, I want to say. Planescape Torment? Yeah, it's tragic. It's tragic. There's kind of a double. Oh my god. Okay, all right, still getting out of the car there. Whoa! At the exact time that I wanted to play horny teenager games, I got a PC and started getting getting exposed to more of. Oh, I'm fucked. Ugh. I can't even move, dude. I wanted horny teenager games at the exact moment I got a PC and started playing the actual grown-up games.
Before you can get into the warehouse.
But then horny teenager games took over everything, so I had this like brief window of playing really good shit.
Because you're a complicated man, and no one understands you. But I'm talking.
Barry.
Dying Panda, yeah, I understand that. Not a fan of the perspective. Top down. It can be pretty intimidating. Oh. I've heard multiple people kind of acknowledge that it's not. Ugh. This, I'm saying this without judgment, but there's something unique about games. They are interactive. It requires input from you, the player. Ugh. So there's definitely a level of interactivity that can vary between games. Some games require a little more complex thought, some games don't. For a long time, games have aimed, big budget games I should say, have aimed very low on the amount of mental resources that they ask of you to enjoy the experience they're putting in front of you. Baldur's Gate kind of asks a bit though. It's not meaningless complication, but it's certainly valid to be like, that's a little much. Know that Armored Core 6 won't win any awards. It's too niche even if it did sell well. Yeah. Just fully embrace that, like, game awards are as illogical and pointless as any other kind of awards show. What the fuck? Hezzy, thanks for the sub. So yeah, whatever voting jury participates in the Game Awards, I'm sure they'll likely apply some weird busted logic to, unless there's a category specifically for Armored Core, I'm sure they'll consider their duty to video games complete just by getting it nominated. I felt like AC6 was only made because Elden Ring or Dark Souls did well, so that they could fund their passion project. The timeline doesn't really add up for that. I think it's likely that Armored Core 6 was greenlit and in development before Elden Ring launched, because that game sold way better than anyone expected it to. Now it is, so the way that FromSoft works, and having played Armored Core, I've gotten a sense of this. They definitely have their like cash cow franchise for the time, and then their like experimental releases. So for a long time, Souls and Elden Ring have been their cash cow franchise. So they've always had one of those going while trying to make something else. I feel like with the timeline of things, they had to have been in development on Armored Core 6 before Elden Ring came out, which sold so well that it has to be their new, like, A franchise. Armored Core 6 didn't sell, like, anywhere near that. I think Armored Core 6 sold like 4 or 5 million, which is, that's great for Armored Core, but it's not the Elden Ring like 30 million. So I don't know. I think the real test is what's next. Because whatever they announced next was either not greenlit before Elden Ring started selling tens of millions, or it was so early in development that they probably could have just buried it if they wanted to and made another Elden Ring. Now, they're probably making another Elden Ring. They have to make another Elden Ring. But I'm just curious if, like, are they an Elden Ring development house now? Will the sales of Elden Ring completely take over their entire company? Or are they going to keep making weird shit? What happened to DLC? Yeah, that's right. Shadows of the Erd Tree or whatever. I guess that's what they're working on. Heavier with the difficulty. Throwing more enemies and moving faster. Damn it. Elden Cube. Elden Ring. It's a lot of explosive barrels. What if I just did this, though? Can't move. Yeah, I do wonder what they're gonna do now. Yeah. I'm just thankful we got Armored Core 6. I feel like every game developer is in danger of their game selling too much. Because as soon as your game sells a certain amount, suddenly it's just not Hunt. What is that all about? Once you get a certain quality or a certain tier of game success under your belt, suddenly that's what your business is about. You scale up to make that, you scale up to support that, and you can't really subsist on selling games for 3 million, 4 million a pop anymore. So I hope that FromSoft hasn't suddenly become the kind of dev studio that can't afford to not make a game that sells 20 million, you know?
Hey, what are you up to?
Yeah, exactly.
This was my side of the bed.
Chuckin' Bones. Or Chicken Bones. GTA Online, Steam, yeah, Valve, Rockstar, Blizzard Entertainment, kind of. World of Warcraft ended them launching games, sort of. They made StarCraft 2, they made Diablo 4. Overwatch was good. So they've done stuff. But that's in the that's in the 20 years. Yeah, Diablo 3 was good. Yeah. They've done it, but not nearly at the pace they used to. Maybe that's really the thing. And also I guess you got to be really generous if you think you're going to sell 20 million copies of StarCraft 2 on PC only. in 2010 or whenever that game came out. If they can make the masterpieces they made before their big blow-ups, I trust they can make the same quality product with more funding and resources. Absolutely. The question is, will they? Will the people running the business still take those projects? Let's say that you're the CEO of FromSoft, whose name I don't know, but you're saying like I can make Elden Ring 2, and then I can also have my other studio making another Elden Ring of some kind. I can make us an Elden Ring house. And that's already been proven in the market to sell orders of magnitude higher than any other project I could greenlight. And also it's something we own.
Surrounded by enemies. We can't know where.
Why would you then turn around and say, make this instead? The answer is because it's what your developers want. And you have just as much of an obligation to keep them happy as you do your investors and your employees. Shit, I'm gonna die. Yep. When he went in again, I knew I was dead. Oh, it's Miyazaki? Okay. I didn't know he was CEO. I thought he was just game director. Yeah. Interesting days for Miyazaki, I'm sure. Post Elden Ring. A CEO. How tough am I? So he's a Japanese CEO. I'm sure he's doing fine, but there's a difference.
Hey, what are you up to?
Oh.
I thought this was my side of the bed.
Japanese CEO. Number 1, doesn't get paid like 400,000 times as much as an average employee. Number 2, probably works 19 hours a day. But he's got his own emotes, so that's cool. Guess that's the Bethesda problem where people just want Elder Scrolls and Fallout. I don't know what's going on with Bethesda GameWorks, man. Did they want to make Starfield? Because it doesn't feel like it. Right? Is it just me, or does Starfield feel kind of obligatory all around? Some of the quests are fun. Some of the quests have like a spark. Somebody wanted to make this. But for real, it seems like a really, really, really impressive mod. Actually, strike a couple of those reallys. It seems like a really impressive mod. And I don't hope that. Hopefully, this doesn't sound too negative. I'm not mad that it exists. I actually had fun playing it. I'm glad that people worked hard on it and made it. But holy moly! Didn't have that exciting intro that other Bethesda games have. I mean, honestly, I think you can kind of... Yeah. The intro felt obligatory. It was shorter, less masturbatory. I don't know. I don't care too much for the intros in Bethesda games, because they're fun, but they're not really that bombastic. I don't know that you can get better than like Assassin's Creed 3 when it comes to a game intro. I'm trying to think of the most like ostentatious game intros now. I think Assassin's Creed 3 is probably the biggest one. Damn. How does it get hotter than that? Metal Gear Solid 2 maybe? Just the whole shell intro? Prey was pretty cool. Cyberpunk had a good intro. Yeah, it did. Red Dead 2? Fuck. Yeah, Red Dead 2 was really good. Metro Exodus.
That's never a good sound, is it?
No, it isn't.
I remember you get to meet your girlfriend. I still don't think any of this matches up to Assassin's Creed 3 though. With 2 maybe in a close... In Assassin's Creed 2, all right, you hit buttons to wiggle your arms and legs as a baby. Doesn't get better than that in terms of video game ostentatiousness. I guess No More Heroes 3 had one of the longest fading title cards. And a whole ass anime. Press X to kiss your wife. Oh, like, what is that? Shadows of Mordor? Shadows of War? I don't know, though. 3, like that whole intro, you're playing as Hatham. You get on the boat to the new world. You get the title card. It changes protagonist. Half-Life. The original Half-Life had the train, damn it. Yeah. Also, the intro is the best part of the game. Now that's true, Sandsbach, yeah. So I had similar feelings about Valhalla, Assassin's Creed Valhalla. That game has a hell of an intro. And as soon as it was over, I was like, nah. You can't trick me, I've been here before. I know the Assassin's Creed magic. I'm gone. Splitsville. See you later, turkeys. Far Cry 3's was pretty good. Yeah, Far Cry 3. Yeah, the baby tutorial in Fallout 3 was pretty good. I like that. In this video game, you're going to be a baby. A stupid baby who crawls around. You just want the love of your father, Liam Neeson. Huh? Mass Effect. Maybe. I remember 2 being clever for letting you re-roll your Shepherd. Like that, I was like, okay, that's a fun way to write it in. That's pretty smart. ODST? We're going for Hall of Famers here. Here's the thing. Here's the unfortunate truth. If you think anything that happened in video games in the 2000s was the best in class, it wasn't. It was actually like 10 years behind. So you can say BioShock, but the actual answer is System Shock 2. I'm sorry, but it's true. RE4? RE4's intro is good because it's so direct and minimal, which itself was kind of a counter to the times. I think somebody unearthed that shit. Hold on. I got to bring up the deep refs here, because somebody posted this on Reddit and it brought out some deep memories. Yeah, Resident Evil vs. Kingdom Hearts.
So I've been playing Kingdom Hearts 2. For those of you that don't know what Kingdom Hearts 2 is, basically Final Fantasy and Disney decided to get together and fuck and have a fucked up slipper baby. But I masturbate to fucked up slipper baby porn, so this works out perfect for me. My friends are like, you gotta play this game. You go to Steamboat Willie World. You go to Tron World. You go to Mulan's hometown. You don't even know you want to do that, but you do, and it's so much fun you want to go back. And I trust my friends, because they watch Disney afternoons. They like Gargoyles and Darkwing Duck and DuckTales and Gummy Bears and all those important pieces of animation that we all know and love. So I trust my friends, and I play Kingdom Hearts 2 without even knowing what happened in Kingdom Hearts 1. I know what you're thinking. MC, that's crazy. You don't know the exposition. You don't know what happened. I know. I'm a rebel gamer. That's how I do things. I go into it blind without knowing what the fuck's going on. Because I love Japan. They got lobster cola and panties with dookies and vending machines. I love it. So I play this game. And for like 4 million years, I'm stuck in this town called Hollow Bastion. And I'm not even the main character. I'm Roxas. The main character is Sora. And I keep having dreams about the main character. Meanwhile, Tony Soprano's in a coma. There's no instant gratification. I'm getting a little bored. But my friends are like, keep playing. Keep playing. Eventually, Disney characters are coming out of every orifice. It's awesome. Just stick with it. So I do. And I go to the bulletin board, and I look at all the jobs, and I do all the errands, and I get enough money to buy a train ticket to get on the dope-ass Disney train to go to the fun fucking part of the game. That's bullshit. It took me like 4 years. I didn't see so much as a Sebastian the Crab for like 100 millennia. Meanwhile, you're playing Resident Evil 4, and it's like, bitch, zombies coming up the hill right now. Shoot him in the head. Shoot him. Grab the shotgun. You don't need to load it. We did that shit for you. What are you pressing select for? You don't have time to make a profile. Bitch, zombie's in the room. His axe is on fire. He killed your parents. Shoot him in the head. Shoot him in the head. And then you go back to Kingdom Hearts 2, and it's all these really lame cutscenes. They're in the back alley. It's all anime bullshit with their hands on their hips. And they're like, man, I hope we solve this mystery. And nothing happens. Meanwhile, you go back to Resident Evil 4. It's like, bitch, this ain't a cutscene. Press A. Press A. You don't have time to smoke a bowl. You're still playing. Jump, Gypsy. Come on, jump. President's daughter's been kidnapped. It's up to us.
Classic. All right. Somebody wanted that linked in chat. You got it. Paste. I didn't know that was from a GameStop After Hours. GameSpot, excuse me. GameSpot After Hours bit. That's like the first stand-up comedy bit I ever heard about gaming that I was like, man, that's funny as fuck. I think at that point I had already purchased a few MC Chris albums by mail.
Allergies. You're not even really there.
Well, my allergies are definitely here. See? Allergies.
Yeah, it's legitimately informed. Speaks to an authentic experience. If you want another comedy special that speaks to authentic gamer experiences, you should look at Brian Gar's Jokes I Wrote at Work. He actually, he had the whole Street Fighter bit. There's another comedian who, did a Street Fighter bit and got a little viral on TikTok. And I'm like, man. My boy BG had that whole bit down. Anyway, it was on Amazon Prime a couple of years ago. I hope it still is. It's good. Woo. Spicy. It is a good bit, though. They're throwing fireballs again. Oh yeah, Sneaky Lumpia. GameSpot is still around. I think they've been purchased by Viacom? Yeah, that was the whole thing. That was Jeff Gertzman getting fired. I think starting Giant Bomb, and then that getting acquired by CBS. So they got acquired by the company they got fired from.
Stop it! They're waiting for us downstairs. We don't have time for Alan.
Oh, I remember when I got laid.
But she still made my heart ache. I had saved Alice, but I wasn't even sure when that happened. Was it days ago? Weeks? Longer? I had no way of knowing.
Man, you hope you get acquired someday? Me too. God. Here's the thing, though. If I, I got acquired by a tech company money, I'd still be doing this. And that's when you know you're where you need to be. Where you belong. They were acquired by fandom? Who was? GameSpot? Nyctophobic beauty. Oh yeah, she's afraid of the dark. With a muserific booty. The soothing oasis in a seething crisis. The renowned and award-winning photographer's new coffee table book features intensely personal and intimate images from a life haunted by a husband who was never there. Writer's Muse. Pre-orders accepted now. Oh, GameSpot and Metacritic. Huh. Fandom sounds like a word you would give to a holding company if you don't want nerds to get mad at it. What kind of signs will we get that you got bought out by big dollar companies for big dollar deal? More cyber glasses, gaming pod that you lay in? Geez, good question. I'm genuinely trying to think about what selling out is like to me. Oh, you have to do the whole run? There is no whole run. More ads. I mean, Twitch already puts ads in front of you. It'll be like Funhouse again? I mean, Funhouse wasn't very... The only selling out I did on Funhouse was to try to match the tone and earn like a place in the group. There weren't really any like mandates from corporate overlords to do things any particular way. Yeah, maybe I'd finally get that 10th gamer mansion I want. It's fine to have 9. You know, I don't want to seem like I'm ingrateful. RT forcing 2 ad reads in a 10-minute video is fucked. Yeah, that's a little harsh. Damn, that's a lot of ads. Anyway, buy Soylent or whatever. We got a real puzzle on our hands. Although I do have to use the restroom. Alas. Alas. Yeah. Thank you, Dad Nade. Thank you for bringing that up. Anything that keeps the paychecks of Jacob, Patrick, Charlotte, Lindsay, everyone who is beautiful and wonderful. They all need money. And if Rooster Teeth is giving them that money, then that's a good thing. I'll be right back. I think I hit restart checkpoint. But hey, everybody, I'm back. Also, because I love democracy, everyone voted that I should make a new drink. So I'm going to. And I was rifling around in the fridge because what inspired this is I found yet another dregs of a bottle. Look at that. That's not that much vodka, is it? It actually is a fair amount. Probably shouldn't finish this, but we'll see what happens. But when I was digging around in the fridge, I found this. A Bowels. If there is one gamer drink more gamery than Bowels, I defy you to tell me what it is. You might say you're Mountain Dew. You might say a lot of things. Rockstar, Red Bull, what have you. No, the actual answer is balls. So this might be a personal bias here. Surge, 290s. And I understand the sacrilege of me saying that right now. That's Sonic energy drink. Well, I have a personal bias, and I'll explain it now. And And I think once I do, perhaps my my steak will make sense. Bowls. Balls was the first energy drink I ever had, and it was also because they sponsored like QuakeCon 97. Is it just that you love balls? That could be a part of it now that you've suggested it. But no, really it's that they were there, ground zero. That was before any brand was like targeting gamers. Never heard of it? Yeah, let's see here. Manufactured for Balls, Twinsburg, Ohio. So there you go. Folks in Ohio, you got to turn up. All right, hold on. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I bought this at Micro Center. Isn't it weird how certain things just connect? What's more QuakeCon than Micro Center? There's a gentleman that goes to both of them, and that gentleman is me. And when I see balls at both of those places, I know that it's in the center of a very powerful nexus of nerd energy. All right, this is going to be our base. I'm going to layer this on with some goose. I feel like this is probably going to be a little citrusy, which I feel like Grey Goose is much better. Is a much better like savory vodka. I feel like Goose is good for dirty martinis. Things that involve brine. But I'm sure it'll do the trick. Yeah, I mean, that was basically the whole thing, right? Is Circuit City gone? Oh, yeah. That went out in like, gosh, that died in the late aughts, I think? Early 2010s? I'm doing a little swizzle with my finger right now. Whew. Gave myself the frosty digit. Hwah! Yeah. Micro Center rules. Fry's was getting very depressing there for a bit. I remember being in a Fry's and hearing one of the customers asking an employee, like, what's going on? Are you guys closing or what?
Stop it! They're waiting for us downstairs. We don't have time for Alan.
I knew she wasn't really here.
Yes.
But she still made my heart ache. I had saved Alice. But I wasn't even sure when that happened. Was it days ago? Weeks? Longer? I had no way of knowing.
Sugar-free balls did not do a lot to cover the taste of that vodka. Yowza. If anything, it might have brought it out. Sugar-free balls with its zero sugar caffeine twang may have just put the perfect frame on some Grey Goose vodka. Yes, we have a card redemption. Here we go. Hey-o. Thank you for reminding me, Blind Observer. Let's draw a card. Got any bitters? I might, actually. Bitters with zero sugar energy drink. Yeah, that might work. That might work. Actually, I've heard somebody suggest you can use coffee in the same way you use bitters. Like a drop or two can just kind of like open up a drink. All right, what do we got? Striker. Wait, what is this? It is a... Oh, God. What are the names of it? They're like the Reptides or some shit? I don't know. Whatever. He's in a TNT barrel. Kaboom! Of course. The 4th, turn-ons, the 4th of July, of course, New Year's Eve, sure. The 1812 Overture, okay. Yeah, Kremlings, thank you, that is what they're called. Those are all things that kaboom. Turn-offs, baths, or anything having to do with water. Okay, doesn't like things that don't kaboom. Favorite quote, nobody move or the monkey gets it. Favorite movie, Demolition Man. Hell yeah, dude. Favorite song, TNT. Like AC/DC, I guess. Tips and secrets. Bop kaboom on the head to make him retreat into his barrel. Now you can use the barrel to blow things up. If you bounce off his stomach, he may leave bananas behind. Well, I think we could all learn from that. That's something we could all learn from. Ooh. What did I click on just then? Blind Observer, congratulations on winning Kaboom. going to click around a little bit here. Okay. Cool stuff. Yes, I've restarted the checkpoint yet again. Alan, we don't have time. Should I put some bitters in it? Hold on. I've got some Bolivar bitters. This actually came from a, also a sponsor. I've slowly worked myself back into the 2016 version of me. They do smell good. They smell really good. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? It's not like it could taste worse. It's not like it could get, you know, bad. Badder. Whew. Yowza, that's a ride. Okay, hold on. All right, let's give it a drop or two. Do it. I gave it 4 drops. That is just the most... Yowza. Let me take a sip of balls because I'm pretty sure it's this. I'm pretty sure that this is just... Okay, that by itself is not the worst, but truly that is just the most wretched pairing with vodka I think I've ever had in my life. And I've had vodka and Coke, and that's very bad. All right, let me give... Let me give that a little swirl here. All right, let's give it another sip. All right. Well, butter my biscuit. That wasn't that bad. Yeah. Wow. Bitters really took the fuck me out of that. The aftertaste ain't so hot. Can't expect bitters to do everything, though. Okay, all right. Yeah. Better with the bitters. Bitter betters. Yo.
Stop it. They're waiting for us downstairs.
Do they still make better cheddars? I haven't seen those in like 20 years.
She wasn't really here.
They still make those, right?
I had saved Alice, but I wasn't even sure when that happened.
Imagine a Cheez-It, but bigger and saltier.
I had no way of knowing.
And if you're saying, hold on, that's the perfect food, you're right, it is.
Whoa, that's fast. Guess you gotta run out.
I also have to be able to get up there. I mean, that summoned to the bridge, but the bridge is not... I feel like it should be here, so I can run up that. Toss some Skittles in your drink before California makes them illegal. Oh yeah, red dye number 6 or whatever. Wait, so hold up. Wine-swilling liberal-ass California banned a carcinogen. Where are all the liberals just wholesale swallowing red Skittles to prove? Where is it? Where are they? I want to see somebody like delicately sorting Skittles for 6 hours so that they can unhinge their jaw and bolt back like 800 Skittles just to prove to California that they don't give 2 shits about Gavin Newsom's motherfucking bullcrap. Where is it? Damn it. I'm annoyed at sometimes how selective the reflexive on the libs shit is. They pick the annoying stuff and not the fun stuff. Okay, I think this game might be bugged. I don't know why can I knock it over? Oh! Wow. Remedy, you've outsmarted me. But here we are, a meeting of the minds. Two geniuses. Oh!
That looks great.
Oh! Oh yeah, it's a carcinogen that's illegal in pretty much every developed country but America. Sometimes it's weird going to Europe and being like, wow, it actually feels like 2020 here.
Stop it.
In some ways.
They're waiting for us.
Not in all ways, but in some
We don't
ways.
have time for...
Getting like a coffee and having the cup and the lid both be paper, you're like, oh.
I'd say yes.
Oh, it's actually like totally possible. It's so possible.
Weeks?
It's like...
I had no way of knowing.
Brain-splittingly possible to do all this stuff. Like you could just do it, just like that. You don't want to hear this dialogue anymore? But why? We have guests. You could just do it. Just do it. What if you just did it though? Oh.
That looks crazy, Dangerous Al.
They have QR codes on signs and shit. Signs. Signs for people to look at and use. There's QR codes. That wasn't jump. Should I scan the memory again? Yeah, Dirty Ball's hitting pretty hard.
Stop it. They're waiting for us downstairs. We don't have time for Alan.
I knew she wasn't really here, but she still made my heart ache. I said yes. But I wasn't even sure when that happened. Was it days ago? Weeks? Longer? I had no way of knowing.
That looks crazy, Dangerous Al.
Oh, come on. All right. I got it. Oh! All right, here we go. Biggest culture shock traveling abroad is how much people care about their cities and other people. Things are kept clean and kept clean because the guy's after or puts a high-vis vest and cleans up for free. Oh, wow, I didn't know that shit. Solo Jorge. Yeah, the cleanliness of the common space.
Hey, lover. Come here. I've got something for you.
I could only hope that Alice was all right. I didn't
Hello,
know what
lover.
happened to her after she left the dark place.
If there's one thing that never, ever, ever happens is to call your lover, hello, lover. Maybe if you're like, maybe that's something that happens in Europe. Two things that happen in Europe. People don't throw their trash on the ground for no reason. And people actually call their lovers, hello, lover. I witnessed a very American moment 2 days ago, I think. Which is, there's a liquor store a couple of blocks away. And I was passing it. And I heard the unmistakable sound of an empty plastic bottle hitting concrete. And I looked over, and there was an old gentleman who had just like, he was definitely in an I just slang this bottle to the ground pose, right? And he was lumbering back into his car. And I thought, wow, that's America right there. That's America. It was like a mini, one of those like single shot plastic bottles of vodka.
Hey, hold that pose. Now
was a...
Oh, we get to see the photo.
This?
Yeah, but smile a little more. No, that's too much. You want to look mysterious. Maybe a little tough. You know how people go for those dangerous bad boys.
But I'm not dangerous.
Oh, come on. You write about terrible things all the time.
Can't wait to be old and just not give a shit about my impact. I'm hoping I get there.
You need to look a little bit like a murderer. Oh, that's good. Do that again.
Oh.
Look handsome.
And dangerous.
You know, I wasn't sure about the beard before, but I was wrong. It looks good on you. Okay, I think we're done.
Great. I want to get out of this suit.
Hey, things are looking up.
Guess danger is sexy.
That was when I was still working, when I felt like a real writer instead of a fraud. It was a good memory. I wished I hadn't seen it.
You know, it is definitely suspicious, and it's super intentional how often Alice brings up getting Alan back to writing again. And she has the typewriter there, and it's like, I guess you're seeing it from Alan's perspective, but also she's kind of got a thing for Alex Casey. She likes dangerous, brooding detectives. She's probably horny about him because she's a fan of his books. I don't know. I feel like they are cueing you to be suspicious of her right off the bat because of her visual design in the game too. She's got like a really wide and thin smile. I'm being, I guess, a little I don't know. Does that butt up against body shaming? I feel like there's certain telegraphs with the way characters are designed because they're not real people, obviously. So when you're crafting a character, you can kind of bake certain tells into their visual design. And she's designed on purpose to be a little bit off. But she's also Ellen's muse, so I don't know. She's actually a lizard? Yeah, the lizard people need the Alex Casey series to continue. I tend to think that a lot of Alan Wake... I'm realizing now that this is all subtext that I've assumed. There are a couple of moments where Alan talks about wanting to move on from Alex Casey, but being unable to write the next thing. I typically assume that to mean that Alan is trying to write something of more gravity and importance. But I think I'm assuming this crisis of career, or this career crisis, it's not really in there. There's not a lot of overtures that Alan is trying to write something evolved or more complicated. He's just trying to, like, move on from his last series.
Alan, you made it. This area of the dark place is calmer, at least for the time being. We can talk here, but we don't have much time.
Zane, how do I get out of here?
That's what you face. That's you, even as we speak.
Darkness. Darkness coming.
He actually wants to write smut only? Yeah, compact, so that's the thing that seems right there, but now that I think about it is never actually talked about, is that he doesn't seem to judge his series. Maybe feels trapped by it. All right, just texting stuff. If anything, it just kind of reads like he's more unsure of his ability, and that's what being in the dark place is.
He couldn't hold on. He knew there was no way out. Oh!
No, I'm right
What was
here,
going
Zane.
on?
That's not me.
Wrong.
It's just, I don't know, an echo, a hallucination. The dark
No,
presence.
the dark presence is not responsible for this. You are making this happen. You're trapped in your own nightmares. You are fighting yourself.
Wake didn't understand it. He would never make it. He would never wake up. He'd get swallowed up in the rising tide of darkness. It was coming. It was coming.
Shut up!
Ah! No, Alan must be. Swept away by the gathering insanity. Zane was gone. Wake could feel the pressure gnawing at his mind. The darkness was
So weird. That's a.
It was in him.
That's yeah. That's a valuable perspective. It's just like, if he wants to move on, why wouldn't he want to move on to something that has more form or more complicated, more deep, more artistically valid? Yeah, I'm just trying to separate, I guess. I'm just trying to separate what I've assumed versus what's actually in there. But I guess that's the whole fun part of this, right? It's intentionally vague so that it gives you room to assume. That's on purpose. I guess I just have to admit that I have a fondness for those kinds of characters, and maybe that's just utter projection, but... Whew, good God. As someone who overthinks things, creatives making works of art that are interrogating the creative process are always really interesting to me. That's what I thought. I thought Matrix Resurrections was interesting for that aspect alone, even if I guess it tried for some other things that didn't quite land, but...
The scope of this horror was unimaginable. It would have been so much easier to let go.
JCVD was kind of interesting in that way. It almost seemed like it was a unique person's reflection on their life. What is hitting me? Is it you?
Everything he saw was a twisted memory. A scary thought. Even this evil he faced came from within. He knew what it is. Succumbed to it. A part of him had already done it. It was over.
Cool thing about analyzing fiction for class is you can bullshit and people still go, yes, interesting. They do. I consider it this way though. You can bullshit. You can. Or you can use that opportunity and actually throw some ideas out there. And you know what? People will still go, interesting. It's an environment of acceptance because it is about art. And art is human, even the bullshit. A lot of this stuff got a lot more fun to me when I realized it was less about solving a riddle and more about exploring. It's not like somebody has hidden their worldview behind a complicated series of symbolism. It's more just like expression. Somebody's expressing something, and the cool part about it is that there's two parties. And it only works when both parties are engaged. Alan Wake can exist, but if there's no audience, then what does it mean? It's cool stuff. What is your bullshit sourced on? Yeah. If you've considered the source even a little, you might be making an analysis on accident. Yeah, for sure. It's I think it's honestly when people think they're bullshitting is when they're actually being the most honest. Because it's just like, that's when it's straight off the dome. And if something can inspire good bullshit, then it's still done its job. I'm getting hit by a lot of stuff. I'm not even sure what, like, how to alter any of this. I guess if I hide behind this... If if I save my flares. Now I'm trying to echolocate now, I'm playing this, trying to remember what might have been going through my head the first time I was playing it. Want to hear some BS? I think the DLC wraps up the Alan Wake story. Does he know? Hold on a minute. Hold on. Does he know? Ooh! I got good news for you. It doesn't. Because the full sequel's coming out in like a week. Oh! What the flip? Oh no! Oh man. Alright, I'm using my other flare. Ah, I died anyway. Oh, you're aware of Alan Wake 2. So wait, what's going on? I think the DLC wraps up. Yeah. Do you think it's a flashback? It very definitively takes place after the game. Oh. Oh. First game, all wrapped up with the DLC, a complete story. You think so? Well, I don't remember getting that impression, but I guess I'm curious to remember where it left off. In my cynicism, I had always resigned myself to just appreciating Alan Wake for what was there when I played it, which means I didn't invest a lot of effort into committing it to permanent memory. Every time I played anything Alan Wake, I always put the controller down and I was like, well, that's the end of that then. That was nice. Shame about the rest of it, though. So it's nice to be proven wrong. Oh, what is going on? So many haunted items. All right. Nice and spooky. Uh-oh. They definitely got more intense in the expansion. It's tough to call this difficult, but it's definitely more intense. Huh. I should be babysitting a museum. I'll take that. Ben Stiller's an attractive guy. That's also kind of like peak Ben Stiller attractiveness. Tropic Thunder, maybe? I'll take it. Can we talk for a minute about Reality Bites? If we're going to talk about Ben Stiller. There's a couple of movies that pretty much nail what it's like to live in Texas. And they're not all Cameron Crowe movies. It's Last Picture Show, Reality Bites, Beavis and Butthead Do America. Maybe not that last one, but actually maybe that last one.
Hartman. It's all in
I haven't seen Dallas Buyers Club yet.
Really way. Come on. Your delusions.
Why is this happening to me? Lodge.
Oh yeah, Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Hartman.
There's parts of Texas.
There's no way out. No way out. No way out.
Pee Wee Herman's Big Adventure. Does King of the Hill not give Texas vibes correctly? That's awesome. King of the Hill is the best possible version of Texas. It's Texas without all the casual cruelty and racism. Yeah. King of the Hill is a Texan's good memories of Texas. If a Texan had good memories of Texas, that's what they would be, yeah. Some of it is super on the nose, and that makes it a little therapeutic. Dazed and Confused. Dazed and Confused is Dazed and Confused is a little too Pollyanna. Dazed and Confused was Cameron Crowe, right? Cameron Crowe is very rose-tinted, which I can't fault him for, I guess, unless I'm misunderstanding. Was that Linklater? That feels... Yeah, I think you're right. Dazed and Confused is a very romanticized, which is fine. Yeah. Me and Orson Welles. Man, I gotta watch that. I've been getting more and more interested in Orson Welles. Is No Country Texas? Sorta. Yeah. I can't attest to that. I never lived in hardcore Texas. I never lived in like border town shit. Yeah, this is DLC Red Raven. This was the first DLC chapter. Now the Tommy Lee Jones character is Texas. Yeah, there's a lot of very Texas individuals in that movie. I haven't spent a lot of time in those exact areas, so I can't attest to that. But I've definitely interacted with people from that movie. Yeah, Red Raven. So there's a couple of layers of DLC. There's 2 expansion or special feature episodes, and then there's American Nightmare, which is kind of a standalone. Yes, Other Side of the Wind. I did watch that. That's actually pretty fitting for Alan Wake, to be honest. If you like artists that are so self-interrogative, so reflexive, so you can tell some individuals their brains just won't stop, and they're almost tortured by it. And Orson Welles is one of those people. And Other Side of the Wind is very much a tortured artist trying to make the ultimate work of art. That's my read on it. And that involves meta, that involves projection, that involves writing yourself into things. That involves becoming your own characters, yeah. Oh, they just roll the credits again? Oh, Epic Online Services! Somebody call Tim. Now, I remember the next episode had a lot more of the Old Gods of Asgard in it. I remember there being like a Left 4 Dead style rock concert shootout business. And it got even a little more
Previously on
esoteric.
It's not a lake. It's an ocean. After saving my wife from the mysterious dark presence, I found myself trapped in the dark place.
Imagination can be the enemy here.
A nightmarish world that exists somewhere beyond the shores of our own existence.
We're the one making all this happen.
Just do what Zane tells you.
Follow the signal.
Is all this really coming out of my head?
The dark place is playing tricks on you.
I made my way across its ever-shifting landscape, trying to reach Thomas Zane.
You're trapped in your own nightmares. You're still going deeper.
There you go, Alan. It's all in your head. You've been making it up.
Really, Wake.
Your
Delusions are out of control.
Get out of my head.
Seriously, Al, you need to get a grip. You know reality's different here. See what I mean, Al?
Ugh, I think I'm stuck on this side.
Well, you're gonna have to find your way out of there. I'll wait. Just remember, you're still in the dark place. You know that, right?
Yeah, really, it's just Last Picture Show and Dazed and Confused. I guess, yeah. No Country for Old Men. I don't know, the more I think about it.
Barry was right.
I straight up went to high school with the characters of Dazed and Confused. No. Shit, Reality Bites, my bad. Maybe every high school had an Ethan Hawke. He plays such a good teen dirtbag in that movie. When will a new generation discover Ethan Hawke in Reality Bites? I feel like that's got to be on the cusp of coming back, right? Nirvana, Who Gives a Fuck?
Did you notice that light?
Grunge attitude.
Be useful.
Yeah, you're right. Ugh. A Peacock adaptation of Reality Bites is coming? Ugh. 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 I guess. What would that even be like? Gen Z is into a different flavor of nihilism. What, absurdism? I always like to track how different generations process existential dread. Huh. The 1 year I went to high school in California, it was 100% what TV shows had it as in 2003. Then I moved back to Hawaii. It was a whole unique experience. Interesting. Which, man.
I think you gotta swing it.
Do you know? Aha, he's right. They tried. Also, you already have like an early example of an NPC there to tell you hints if you're just sitting too long and not solving the puzzle.
If all of this was from my mind, then I was the one making all this happen. I was literally fighting myself. It was a moment of clarity.
I have a theory, though. I saw a sentiment expressed online, and at this point I wish I remember where it was from so that I could properly attribute it, but instead I'll just merely repeat its truth. I feel like, well, somebody said that sincerity is the new punk. And I thought that was interesting because it definitely feels like nearly every artistic expression has been very insincere for a very long time. And I link that personally to exhaustion with new media or online media. It was supposed to be more sincere. It was supposed to be more real. Because it was just, you know, individuals talking about their real lives. But it didn't take long for it to warp back in on itself and devour itself and become part of a whole weird system that ended up being very far away from sincerity or genuine expression. It was, you know, the hey, what's up, fam, like and subscribes. It's the most rote, robotic thing. So, I wonder after 10 years of...
I felt finished myself.
Capitalism gonna capitalism.
All I had wanted was to save Alice. After that, a part of me had been ready to just give in and die. But I hadn't given up. Thomas Zane had reached me. I had run across a nightmarish landscape following a signal from him. He kept telling me I was sinking, going too deep. I wasn't sure if he meant the dark place or insanity. Perhaps they were one and the same.
But yeah, I think that might involve a healthy amount of projection from me. Because I've certainly been around insincere folks ostensibly being sincere. It was a weird experience. Back into the hedge maze, huh?
Hey, nice job, Al. So, you really are nuts, huh? Let's face it, we always knew this was coming.
I guess, but I actually feel pretty rational, all things considered.
Crazy people don't know they're crazy. That's where they're crazy. Hey, check out the light show behind the lodge.
That's Zane's light.
Yeah, you're done sinking now. That means he's just about caught up with you. You better go talk to him.
What area was or is more fake or sincere, Texas or LA? Oh. That's tough, honestly. It's different kinds of insincerity. Yeah, different kinds of fake, but the ratio is about the same. I think there's situations in LA where you can find concentrations of fake people. And I never quite found that in Texas. There wasn't an event in Texas that I attended that drew insincere people. But I've been to those in LA, and certainly there's a lot of insincere people at those things, those jobs or environments or whatever. But it's certainly not one for one. If anything, like, I don't know. If anything, like, if somebody lives in LA for more than a few years, they kind of aren't allowed to be insincere anymore to an extent. If you require ego feeding, it won't happen here. So that's a lot easier, I think, to happen in small towns. Like I've run into some insincere folks that can subsist because they're in sort of a microcosm. And LA is anything but that. But something about that also forces individuals to recognize that they're in a pretty broad pool of people. Yeah, Rayam. Big fish, small pond kind of thing. Ran across a lot of big fish and very small ponds in Texas that were awfully insincere.
Lots of fireworks.
And of course I've run across similar types in LA, but the pond is so much bigger.
It attracted the horrors.
It changes the game a little bit, and it changes people a little bit. Like if you're a big fish in LA, you're an actual big fish.
Hell yeah!
And there's a different air around those people than the desperate and the insincere. I'll never forget the regional manager of the GameStop that I worked for would wear a fur coat in Texas to go around and like visit his stores. I guess it's unfair to label that as insincere. That's the wrong word for it. But it's something, all right. Was he from LA? No! Texas guy. I don't know, I've read some like Jesus Christ, this music is nightmarish. What is hitting me so much?
It's like your greatest power turned against you. That's very deep, but I'm a little busy not dying over here. Jeez, always melodrama. Surrounded by the enemies and deafened by the noise.
What do they want? I guess there's infinite ammo over here, huh?
Nice. Heard the old gods.
The fireworks don't seem to turn off though, so I should just turn them all on.
It attracted the horrors. Oh hell yeah! Remember this, Al?
But I don't have the revolver. Shotgun shells. I actually don't think I can? I can't. Oh, there we go. Yeah, again, when it comes to Texan insincerity, I really feel like Last Picture Show captures it
The big guy busted down the door.
in a way that I haven't seen every film out there, but definitely in a way that few other films have or can. Although that movie's got some fucked up shit behind it. Apparently Peter Bogdanovich started banging Sybil Shepherd, who his wife like scouted for that movie and did the hair and makeup for. Ugh.
Whoa. See, Al? This is classic.
I'm trying to think about Florida insincerity. I don't know anything about that.
Even your memories are complicated.
Ooh.
Yeah. So, I guess you're gonna need to talk to Zane out there now that he's actually here. I'm just gonna, let you non-imaginary people talk in peace.
Is he not coming?
Nah, that was a crutch, Hey, you're moving up in the world, buddy.
Fake butts is Florida insincerity?
Zane, you have done well, Alan. Now I can accompany you. You are trapped in your own dream. You must wake yourself up, but first, you have to reach yourself.
The cabin?
Yes, my cabin. It will not be easy. Your previous work can help you. I still have some pages of your manuscript left. Words like that have power here. It's very appropriate. I can help you reach it. But after that, you will be on your own. I cannot enter the cabin now. The Dark Presence made sure of that on our last encounter. You are facing yourself, the parts of your mind that are hard to control. This is not a fight anyone else can win for you.
So how are they gonna... well... He had that cool pose for a minute there, though, didn't he?
It's very appropriate. I can help you reach it. But after that, you will be on your own. I cannot enter the cabin now. The Dark Presence made sure of that on our last encounter. You are facing yourself, the parts of your mind that are hard to control. This is not a fight anyone else can win for you.
Okay, that's different. I was glad to have Zane with me in this place. He knew the terrain, such as it was. And part of me wondered if he was even human anymore, after so many years in this place.
Well, let's see here. He was there since the 70s. I guess Alan's not going to beat his record. Oh, come on. All right, I can survive this. I can do this. There we go. And hup.
The world was tilted. It was turning upside down. Wake was lost. He would fall. He couldn't tell which way was up. He would die here, torn apart.
Again. The Ott's obsession with rotating a play space. I'm into it. I like it. I always love this shit, but it's interesting how much this was a gimmick at a very particular window of time. Look at all this physics, though. Oh. Oh, damn it. Realized it too late. Ah! Yeah, I guess I asked for that. Man, this is just getting me generally nostalgic for the aughts in gaming, though. It felt like such a smaller space, so much more quantifiable. An individual human could actually keep it all in their brain.
It was too high. Too high! At this height, the water would be like hitting concrete.
You can't want me dead this bad.
The storm was coming! It would throw him off!
Whoa!
The wind was picking up. Wake was too high. Too high! At this height, the water...
Yeah, there was an intoxicating allure at the time. You could actually conceivably play every big release. It was a thing. You could actually do it. Human beings could actually do it. I imagine there must have been a similar window in film where it's like, wow, it used to be possible to actually watch nearly every movie. I mean, movies don't require nearly the time investment that games do, so maybe that is still possible if that's just what you do. But man, there's just no way. There's no way anyone can keep a like a personal hold on all of gaming. Even if you narrow your focus to, like, I mean, honestly, most people do just only pay attention to the big budget stuff. Even that's hard to do.
The storm spun around. It was made of darkness. He'd seen what it could do. It swept everything away.
Yeah, following particular genres is about the best you can hope for now, but even genres are not that clean. A lot of games hybridize a lot of stuff. Oh! Damn it. It's hard to because of how fast tech is progressing. I really love Dark Souls, but was unable to play Dark Souls 3 because at the time my computer wasn't up to snuff to run it. And to this day, haven't played it, but love Elden Ring. Yeah, I mean, you kind of played the better version. Man. Yeah, tech can move pretty fast these days. It's nothing like it was in the 90s, though. Which I'm also a bit nostalgic for, even though I was barely there for it. I definitely didn't have the disposable income in the 90s to follow anything. But to think that, like, in 10 years, games went from, like, barely being able to scroll sprites properly or smoothly, like that was the big tech in, like, 1990, to pretty, like, not fully rudimentary 3D, but that's
Focused on the lighthouse. If you can reach it, you will find the cabin.
such a massive movement. Like every 2 years, games had a new technical paradigm.
The landscape reflects that strain.
Oh.
Each step takes you closer. If you persevere, you can attain the lucidity that fends off the darkness.
Backlogs just mean you don't need to always pay full price for them. Yes. There used to be I feel like there was a baked-in incentive to playing what was hot and current when the tech wave was also moving very fast. So in 90 to 2000, when like a new game could legitimately have an entirely new gameplay mechanic, world, and technical realization,
Now that I knew what I was facing, the environment became even wilder and stranger. Like it was no longer even bothering to pretend that things were normal.
It felt like it was more meaningful to stay current on releases, but now tech platforms are moving forward, of course, but it seems like a lot of that is more in the realm of like delivery methods, monetization, sophistication of production. There aren't like new kinds of games that are being enabled because of breakthroughs in technology. There's things like Star Citizen, maybe. VR games. Ow. God, there's a lot of them. But yeah, definitely not like it was. So I feel like similarly, the necessity to stay current or play things when they come out is pretty diluted these days. I guess it's just if you want to post buzzworthy takes on social media, but good God, what's the point? That is a pleasing sound. Hitting the trend towards mobile games nowadays? I don't want to play a AAA game on a tiny screen with iffy touch controls. Nah, I mean, you won't. I will admit, I have enjoyed seeing the production values that mobile games will throw at you in an effort to like dazzle you into sticking around so that you get hooked on gacha and then spend money. Hole. Come back, Hole. And there are legitimate games in the process too. I'm a big fan of like Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail. Do I have to maybe drop a flare down there? Hole. But it's entirely possible, and in fact recommended, to just download those games, let them do their song and dance, and then stop playing. Much like playing the intro of Assassin's Creed 3 and walking away, you too can let a free-to-play game wine and dine you and then say, I'm good. Now, has mobile spending been slowing down or stagnating? Yeah, they were bound to find their market saturation at some point. That Unreal Matrix tech demo was a cool moment in tech innovation. Yeah, I suppose. It didn't, I don't know, it didn't really didn't light me on fire. It looked cool, I guess. I think I played it on an Xbox Series X. to me, Cyberpunk was the last and most significant. Holy shit. In tech. I remember Uncharted 4 Lost Legacy being really impressive.
Wake was forced to run through a maze, hopelessly sprinting in the wheel.
Star Citizen is pretty cool.
His life in miniature. It was useless.
For the 20% or so, it works. Oh. Oh yeah, this part. Yeah! The Ferris wheel? Yeah, this part's awesome. I remember this. Who put all those TVs here? Well, I guess Alan Wake did. With his infernal writing. There will always be a kid spending his spending their hard-earned allowance on a mobile game. Is it kids? Oh, look at this. Huh. Yeah, I always assumed it's Wales. Like, mobile games, unlike any other game, both had a structure around encouraging endless spending and then accepting endless spending. Oh. Even console games with DLC, there's still a baked-in cap on the amount of money an individual user can spend. And I think it turns out that there are people with way more disposable money. I'm gonna be honest, it's similar, it's like the difference between YouTube and Twitch for content creators. You take YouTube, any individual viewer can give a view, maybe a subscribe. Of course, there are tools now to have viewers throw money at content creators, but that's certainly not the paradigm that's been established. So even a viewer that has no disposable income is exactly the same as a viewer that has $20,000 of disposable income and are willing to dispose of it, if only they had the infrastructure to do so. So you have a video game, everyone pays $60 for it. Even the people that would be willing to pay hundreds, if not thousands of dollars for it. So here come mobile games and Facebook games. There's another thing that's really fascinating where, like, if people can't compare, they won't get upset. So, it was a different paradigm of game that had a different monetization structure. Turns out that, oh shit, I'm gonna fall, I'm gonna die. Ow, ow, ow. So it reached a different group of people who judged it under different merits. Hello, Zez and Izzle. Still, yes, still live. Still live, coming up on 12-hour stream here. That's not the lighthouse, is it? Oh, Zidonia, my bad. Yep, wrong Z. Door opened, it sure did. Look at that. My bad! Sorry, I'm up on these dirty balls. That's the name for this drink. Which is balls with Grey Goose vodka and a couple of drops of bitters. I'll get there eventually. I'm torn between being happy for devs getting their bag from Wales and being worried for the impact on the future of gaming. Well, I mean, we see it right now. The impact on the future of gaming, which is to say, like, mainstream console gaming or AAA gaming, is stuff like Battlefront, Call of Duty and FIFA. Games that have like pulled a gacha system into their modes to again provide that method of endless monetization for the folks who want to pay for it. Sure.
Next stop, Sanity.
You're doing well. Keep going.
It's hard to make sense of this place.
It's a dream. This is a vast place, home to forces and beings that are completely alien.
The Dark Presence.
Yes. I don't know what happened to it after your final encounter.
Is there any way out of here?
Sometimes transmissions can be sent between worlds. You've done this yourself. But to actually leave the dark place, I haven't found a way.
Yeah, it's a tough topic. At what point does merely putting an offer in front of somebody turn into predatory?
That's something I particularly wanted to see, but obviously I wasn't the one in the drivers.
Another memory made real. Wake would never make it. The insanity he was facing was already a part of it, in him, his own doing. He couldn't possibly win. He didn't even want to.
There's
At least the lighthouse was much closer now.
Was MediaTek extended? Yes.
Somehow.
So over the entire weekend, I'm just gonna leave it running whenever I'm not here. New season pass model for season 5 of Halo Infinite. I have no thoughts at all. My mind is a comfortable blank. I'm gonna try Lords of the Fallen? Maybe. I played the original Lords of the Fallen a bit. It was alright. Unfortunately, I'm not so starving for Souls likes at the moment.
There was no power to the log lift.
Yeah, Valkyrio, nobody gets to launch without competition in 2023, unfortunately. I did it. Powered the log lift. Except sports games? Yeah. Yeah. God. If you want to see direct evidence of the lack of competition, just look at sports. What a wasteland. And somehow people buy it. I don't know. I guess I'm speaking out of my depth there a little bit. I haven't played a sports game in years. But even from the monetization standpoint, it sounds pretty stark, pretty harrowing. Yeah, it's a different market. That's a good way to describe it. Uh-oh. You want to, like, one of the things I was talking about earlier with how you can, like, you can reset people's expectations. Get them to not compare. Sports games have found a way to do that. Man, what is even the point of sports now? It's just weird. It's the games, the sports themselves. So much of it is about betting now. It's just about anything but actual competition. It's kind of creepy. Even the games are not really even about playing the game.
Which is why I'm talking to you. If that part can regain control, then you have a chance of making it. But a part of you wants to give in. There's comfort in the oblivion of dreams. You represent the part that isn't ready to quit and die.
Wait, are you telling me I'm not real?
You're as real as anything else in this place.
So there are two of me?
Yes.
And the one you called Mr. Scratch, he's me as well?
No.
Zane, are you playing some kind of game with me?
I am not the author of your story.
How can you say that when you wrote that page about me in the clicker? It wasn't one of my pages. You directed me to it. You had Weaver guard it.
Yes, she was needed. And you needed the clicker. But I'm not.
What? I don't understand.
Alan, you should keep going.
Zane? Zane, come on!
Well, that cleared things up.
Yeah, that was odd. Arcade racers are a dead genre in the AAA space, which sucks. Oh ho ho! But Hot Wheels Unlimited 2 comes out, like, next week, right? It's got a campaign! I don't know what that means. I don't know if it's gonna be good. But it's got one. Definitely pay attention to that. I'm, like, as an so also F-Zero 99, which, you know, alright, yeah, not quite the format or the form anyone expected. But it's there, and it's good. Crew 2, yeah. The first one also had a campaign? It did? Wow, I don't remember that. Well, there's a new campaign. Was it just like a series of races, or was there a story? Maybe that's the difference. Will you ever get a Burnout game? What is Criterion doing right now? Did they close, or are they were like helping with Need for Speed? Criterion made Unbound. Yeah. There you go. It's called Need for Speed now. I haven't played a Need for Speed game in a while, but...
In the unnatural wind, it was heralding the enemy's arrival. Wait, what?
Yeah, Dimmy, I was not a big fan of Paradise either. That was one of those, like... Paradise, along with many games in the aughts, people said were good, but it was not good. It was not GG, it was BG. Cool. Yeah, making Burnout open world was pointless. I was like, what the hell, man? It's a racing game. There's one path that's good, and all the other ones are bad. It being an open world game is useless. Revenge is pretty good. I remember Revenge just being brutally difficult, though. I don't think it gets better than Burnout 3. I mean, Revenge was basically 3. gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay, let's get back into it. I remember this,
Bridge groaned in the unnatural wind. It was heralding the enemy's arrival. It's alive.
I remember this bridge being like a pretty chunky scenario. That's weird. I didn't know the flashlight could just kill them. Huh. Hey, General Sweet Pants. What the? Oh, right. I ran into the word.
A moment. I can help you here.
All right.
It's like learning to control your dreams. There's a connection.
Them dirty balls got me messed up.
A moment. I can help you here.
Oh, you can help me here. That's great. Help me out. Help me out, Tom.
It's like learning to control your dreams. There's a connection.
I see some racing game chat
Yes.
going on.
I taught you. You fixed the foolish mistake I made with Barbara.
Oh, that's interesting. Has anyone played Motorsport enough to know, is there anything going on in that game more than just a lot of races? Sounds a little silly, but is it just tons of races in different classes on different tracks? Like there's no spice to it beyond that? I'm kind of okay with that, but I mean, I guess what do you expect? Huh. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, Dying Panda. Most people prefer Horizon, and I get why. Oh, I'm aware of the dichotomy between Motorsport and Horizon. I'm still just kind of surprised that they didn't try to come up with any other gimmicks or anything. Which is not to say they need to. Hey, yeah. I gotcha, yeah. Multiplayer is where a lot of the vibrancy comes from. That makes sense. In Motorsport, there used to be custom lobbies, were like Halo or custom Halo lobbies filled with weird and not game-intended mini games. Well, that sounds fun. It's not really in the new Motorsport yet. How does Motorsport treat the ever-present problem of everybody just max accelerating into the first corner and slamming into each other? There was a short amount of time I tried to play racing. Good God, this is loud. Short amount of time I played racing games online. It just became part of the meta, you know? You just slow down, let everybody wreck into each other, and then you sort of drive around everybody. Ah, Metal Gunner, thanks for the raid. Also, El Curbo Loco, I'm so sorry. You raided me 14 minutes ago, and I don't think I said a single thing. I apologize all around. My brain's in a different spot right now. But let me dole out some shout-outs here. Metal Gunner, I apologize. You're gonna have to wait behind my vast dereliction. My shout-out, El Curbo Loco. If anyone's still around from the Curbo Loco stream, what was going on? What were they playing? Also, Metal Gunner, welcome. How's everybody doing? What was going on Metal Gunner's stream? For me,
Wake ran for the light. It was pointless. He would never reach it. His life would be snuffed out just as easily as the very thing he thought would save him.
You're joining a cult? Cult of the Lamb or something else?
Gone. All I could
But yeah, I've been getting into the vodka and also drinking the Gamer's Choice Balls. Balls Guarana, excuse me. Elite teammate, thanks for gifting a sub. Oh no! And you've witnessed just before you the power of Balls Guarana, wherein you walk directly off of platforms multiple times in Alan Wake. I need to finish up Cult of the Lamb, man. That game is awesome.
Wake ran for the light. It was pointless. He would never reach it.
I've been confused why there haven't been more games like that. The ActRaiser formula, where there's like a sim layer and then an action layer.
The light gone. All I could do was keep going.
Persona's kind of like that. Loop Hero, kind of like that. Yeah, that dirty balls. I think it's the bitters that make it the dirty balls. Honestly, I could put some coffee in this. I think that might... Actually, no, you're putting caffeine on caffeine, though. That might be a little much. Oh, yes. ActRaiser has an amazing soundtrack.
Maybe you can somehow lure it onto the bridge and use that as a weapon.
The bridge as a weapon. Thank you for the cheer, Demi. Yes, I think I saw your message before. You rack up penalties, lose your safety rating, get lobbied up with other people with poor safety ratings, and all the high-rated drivers get lobbied together for better races. Ah, that makes sense. So, what's the etiquette? I remember this being explained to me once and it made perfect sense, but like, if your bumper is past somebody else's passenger door or rear door, then they have the pass. Like, you have to let them pass. There's some like cutoff, right? Where gentlemen racers let each other move. Like, you can't just like force someone into the wall. I mean, you can, but it's fucked up.
I should have done that from the start. I'm so stupid.
You got to be past more than half their car. Okay.
Thanks for putting up with me, Doctor. I don't deserve it.
That's the thing. Like, yeah. That's the thing that always got me about racing online is people would do that like interior bank, where if you're doing your proper racing line, you're going to be on the outside going into a corner. You're going to cut the apex and then take the rest of the lane to accelerate coming out of the corner. But then what people fucking do is since you're on the outside and you're cutting into the apex, they come in on the inside of the corner, bank off your car, and then they like get the immediate speed down from hitting your car so they didn't have to brake. And then they get to cut off at a harsher angle down the straight while you're sent into the wall because you were trying to race properly. So sometimes you can see it coming, right? That's the real meta of online racing, is you're going into the corner and you see someone coming in for the hot bank, so you like lay on the gas way harder, and then you slow down, they fly past you, and then you go through the corner. That only works sometimes though, or sometimes they clip your nose and it fucks them up because they thought they were just going to bounce off the side. That's the best you can hope for. That shit gets me though, because it works. There's nothing really you can do about that.
Since we're being so frank here, Alan, and let me just reiterate how happy I am that you've had this breakthrough, I would like to summarize your condition.
By all means.
And please, just let me know if you think I'm being unfair.
All right.
Well, let's start with the obvious. The car crash. Untreated head trauma. All due respect to Doc Nelson, but he's hardly a neurosurgeon. I think that the injury has affected you more than you realize.
Yeah, I have had bad headaches.
Then there's your history of substance abuse, which, combined with your chronic insomnia, has resulted in hallucinations and extremely poor impulse control. That's a dangerous combination, one which your wife has unfortunately had to suffer from far more than you.
I know. I know she has.
I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that you are existing in a state of all-encompassing denial. Your vivid fantasy casts you as a heroic victim and allows you to skirt responsibility for your own actions. It allows you to solve your imaginary problems and dismiss the things that truly trouble you. In your self-serving delusions, your personal problems are assets that allow you to save Alice, perhaps even the world.
Dr. Hartman, I think that's spot on. I can't argue with any of that.
Well, I'm sure I'm stating the obvious. I don't want to labor the point, but, well,
No, I understand. It's important that I face it.
Precisely, Alan. You've put so much effort and imagination into this self-deception, but what good has it really done for you? You refused my offer of help, and here you are. Did being so obdurate really get you to a better place?
No.
No. And did it really help Alice? Was this really the best thing for your wife?
Probably not.
Probably not. Why don't we find out? You know, I've been talking with her. There's something she wanted you to hear.
Oh, hey. That sounds like fun.
All I ever wanted was to help you, Alan. I ate all the shit you handed out and tried to understand your pathetic, wealthy white male drama. Until my life consisted of managing your never-ending crisis. I hate you for your childish temper and the arrogance and self-indulgent pride that undermine all efforts to drag you out of the hole you insisted on digging for yourself.
I hate you for leaving me in the dark with that insane monster bitch! All you had to do was act like a loving human being for once in your life and stay with me. If your dramatic exit hadn't been more important than making sure I was all right, she would never have taken me. I don't know where you went, but that's okay. I don't want to know. I don't think I'll ever be all right. The only thing that keeps me from killing myself is the hope that I'll never see you again.
Ouch.
I just can't argue with that. I think I should stay here before I ruin what life she has left.
I think this is a
Ooh,
breakthrough.
something died down here.
Was it Alan's relationship? The dissonance of talking about the finer points of online sim racing next to a therapist and wife verbally destroying the protagonist in a shockingly cruel way is hilarious. That's gaming, baby.
It was nonsense. I knew I'd saved her. I'd succeeded in that, and that was all that mattered.
I do appreciate that.
There wasn't the truth. It was just another toxic mirage. It cut deep, but that made me all the more determined to force myself to snap out of it. I didn't want to be that guy anymore. I had to make myself see the light.
At least Alice's theoretical position was represented. And again, it goes back into that, the writer's tendency to just, like, hate oneself. What is it about that? I don't know. That's why I like joyous writers. The Mel Brooks of the world. God, it all falls off. The physics are too good. That wasn't jump. Ow. Got it.
Oh, jeez!
Oh boy. Ah! Sheesh. Okay. Yeah, I'm remembering the value in just hitting the dudes with the high beams. There's a hidden room somewhere in this area. Hidden room, you say? What kind of treats would be in this hidden room? Ugh. Back near the plane. Tiny bit of lore. A giant typewriter. I do like giant typewriters. Oh shit. What? That's probably not what you meant, but still. I didn't know there was a Night Springs video game. Chance you're off in the location, in which case I must ban you. Uh-oh. Is it down here? Is it down here? Alright, bad news. I don't think it was down there. Oh, that's a ban. That's a ban for sure. It's along the rock wall. Maybe I should hit this checkpoint first. The thing is, like, in these areas, they just keep spawning dudes forever. Ah! God. I don't care anymore.
Oh, jeez!
Alan really fucked it up. Yeah, the unlimited spawns are kind of an enemy to exploration, huh? I get why they did it, a little bit. There's the idea of like seeing this light in the distance you have to run towards.
But there's
It's
still
like
a little further to go.
It's supposed to be very high stakes.
Mind. Reject all of the fantasies you have constructed.
Very stressful.
I think I can do that. A lot of the stuff I've seen here is personal and ugly as hell. I'll admit it hurts, but it's not fooling me. I know it's fake.
Good. You are aware. The part of you bent on self-destruction is not. But you must be careful.
I am also using a mouse.
The lies for what they are. That doesn't make the danger any
So
less
analog
real.
stick plus mouse.
I'll make it. I don't have any choice.
Here. I cannot come any further, but this will help you on your way.
Thanks, I guess.
Hey, let me tell you something, Alan. I know how your mind works. You screw up, then you start analyzing it, and before you know it, you start writing all these horror stories in your head. Don't you?
Come on, I don't do that.
Yes, you do. I know how it goes. You're a complete failure. I hate you and I'll never forgive you for whatever it was that you did. Am I wrong?
Oh, man.
See? I know you. But Alan, it's all in your head. It is. I love you, and I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, this is fun. Clearing the way so the lighthouse can do the heavy lifting. I like it. Yeah, getting lit on a Friday. Uh-oh. But what about that? I got a lighthouse on my side. Wow.
They kept coming. There were too many of them. Hordes and hordes of them.
I got fucked up.
They were coming for Wake, and this time they would get it with sheer numbers.
Yeah. They took that comment personally. Absolutely having none of my shit. And you know what? I can't blame them. Why are you doing that, Alan? God, there's so many of them. Man, that is cool though. It's just a dude alcove. For the dudes to alcove. Oh, come on. A little man cave. Oh, I guess I could go that way. Baby, I can taste that lighthouse. Woo! This is a pretty cool set piece lead up though. Just the scale of it. Just spawning tons of enemies who all die really fast. I'm gonna go full Willem Dafoe. Oh, who needs that? I'm gonna go full Pattinson. Break down. Cry and masturbate a little bit. A little bit. Oh! Oh no. Oh, don't die. Oh. I almost died. I think I'm good though. Boom.
The lighthouse. I was relieved to have made it here, but I wasn't sure what was going to happen now.
I made it. Finally, things will make sense. Never have I ever masturbated in a lighthouse. Yeah. Do you think there's been a sharp increase in people breaking into lighthouses to masturbate after that movie came out? TikTok challenge. Jerk off in a lighthouse. Imagine all the poor lighthouse keepers that have to kick all these frickin' people busting into his lighthouse just to rub one out.
Still, he had gotten me this far. I would never have made it by myself. This thing was going to end. It wouldn't be long now.
Only after drinking lamp oil. These damn kids come in here hopped up on lamp oil and honey. Start jerking it.
I was surprised by the change of scenery, but not much. I was starting to understand the symbolism, the way the dark place flowed.
Wow. It's gorgeous, Alan.
It's something, all right.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Trailers for the new Dragon Ball series. What's the deal with it? I didn't watch it. No. I don't know if they're
kind of depressed here.
Oh, it's literally Dragon Ball babies.
Buddy now.
I that's classic Dragon Ball, right?
This is ridiculous. You're not even real.
That doesn't mean I don't have any feelings. Thing is, you need to get all rational here. Abandon your fantasies, right? Well, I kinda hate to say this, pal, but I'm one.
Fine. You're abandoned. Bye.
Pal, what I'm saying is the only way you're getting in that cabin is through me. It's one of those kill your darlings things. But hell, you're used to that, big shot writer. Am I right?
Barry boss fight.
When you're this desperate to keep yourself from getting better. Here we go! I'm earning a 15% commission. It's great that you first make yourself an imaginary friend, and then you can't even get along with that guy. People skills, Al! You're a master! Let's crack that writer's block of yours, Alan! And it's not just that. You're a modern master of crime fiction. Dark alley.
Oh boy.
A master of substance abuse. That's the best part. Think of this as some dream.
You'll make a great hunting trophy, my boy! Could we discuss your relationship with father?
That felt pretty good.
Impulse control. I'm a bit on crack. It's very enriching. I have several lawyers on speed dial just because I never know when to get in trouble again. You know what kind of people need that? Gangsters and assholes. Good, not a gangster. Because they make money all the time. Hey, when you threw a hissy fit, I knew you and your ego couldn't take it. And because of that, you got killed a dozen times over. We have that now.
Yeah, Barry's really giving me the business, huh?
It's totally not. And you wouldn't have to literally pay your best friend to hang out with you because
Okay, fine. Yeah, fucking burbs.
running low on patience here.
the? Oh. What the? Oh, I was standing on a thing.
All the time. Hey, the one you threw a hissy fit?
That sucks.
Your ego.
Couldn't take it? Because of that.
Got me killed a dozen times over.
BFF, Al!
BFF!
Yeah. Not happy about this sequence where I have to shoot at Barry. But you know. It's all about exploring our demons.
It's totally not. You have to literally pay your.
Realize you're trying to play Tony Hawk's Underground on Steam? I didn't even know that that game had a PC port.
Really running low on patience here.
Oh, trying to get me to play it. Oh. Thug. Jeez. That game being pretty cool. You said stream, not Steam. Makes sense now.
Al, I swear to God, you're driving me nuts.
Yeah, I don't know. It's playing Thug again would be cool. I remember liking the story mode quite a bit. It was like basic, but it was fulfilling. All right. If this is not the end of this chapter, or if it's not like 10 minutes from the end, I think I might have to step away. Might be time. Might be time to have a little gamer sleep.
Where am I? I can't find my way. Why is this happening to me?
Maybe all the concert stuff was in American Nightmare.
It's too dark. Why is this happening to me?
Just like that, my mind was clear.
All right.
Zane had been right. I could think clearly again. But I couldn't survive in this place the way he had, and I might not make it back a second time. Leaving this place would be hard. Maybe impossible.
Yeah, the DLC kind of ends exactly where the game did. They just kind of came up with this other loop.
Thoughts to stray again. It was too easy to get lost in the dark place. Before, I was ready to curl up and die. Let myself slip away. But here I was. The yet unwritten future waiting to unfold before me. A sequel to Departure. My name is Alan Wake, and I'm a writer.
Return. I remember Sam Lake mentioning that he was personally heartwarmed that Twin Peaks was called The Return when it came back, because that happened after this, when Alan Wake called his next chapter Return. Yeah, I remember being like a bit underwhelmed narratively by the expansion chapters, but I did like that the chapters themselves were going more surreal. It's psychedelic. At the time, I attributed that to the fact that they probably just had to remix assets they already had. So I didn't really interpret that as being like a creative direction for Alan Wake, but after seeing some of the visuals of the Dark Place in Alan Wake 2, it kind of all fits together. Oh, you liked Second Sight when you were younger, Elite? I never played that one. Wow, this sounds a lot like, who am I thinking of? Depeche Mode. Is this Depeche Mode? Hold on. Let me look this up. This is Depeche Mode. Shit. That's awesome. Alright, well that explains why it sounds like Depeche Mode. I mean, that voice is very distinct. Damn, they got some hot tracks. There's some developers that give a shit about music. Like, really do, and you can tell. They have like patrician cuts in their games. Rockstar for sure. Remedy. CD Projekt. Insomniac. I give them... Insomniac gets a pass as a music-loving company because of Sunset Overdrive. You need to finish Alan Wake. It's a smooth ride. It was made to be finished. The DLCs get a little thick. Well, I guess I haven't played American Nightmare yet. Again. Yeah, Death Stranding. Yeah, Kojima's got that music DNA. Yeah, go deep. The music cues in Death Stranding were pretty on point. It's usually after you've had some pretty rough encounters with BTs. And then generally it's like the downslide into the next city. So it's like the tension's off. You're kind of reflecting on the fact that you're still alive. And when Kojima revealed his giant archive of movies, I could only think of course he does. Yeah. I don't think Square Enix at a corporate level has any kind of music culture. I think that Final Fantasy games and Dragon Quest games have good composition, good music, just because it was such a cornerstone of the experience. Back in the day, it's like with the limited amount of storage you had and the limited budgets that games got, your game could either be like an hour of arcade action or 30 hours of repetitive menu-based systemic action. And if you're just staring at systems for 30 hours, you ought to be listening to something awesome. Are you still using the Cyberclaw? Yeah, right here. Is it good? I like it because it allows me to play a game with an analog stick and a mouse, which I feel like is the superior analog combo of input devices. It is very it's very ergonomic, but I've never really experienced hand fatigue playing on a keyboard. I know some people, or I've heard of people that have, so it might be a good option for those. Some older games had limited sound fonts and sound chips. They made the most of those limits. Yeah. Oh man. Should we listen to? Yes, we should. All right. One more Space Oddity. And then I'll step away from the stream for the evening. But I'll be back tomorrow playing Mario Galaxy 2. I'm going to get Mario Galaxy 2 humming on Dolphin. I want to bust out my Wii U controller so I have a sensor bar so that I can play authentically. Mario Galaxy is... First of all, I never finished all of Mario Galaxy 2, but I want to get I want to study up on Mario Whimsy before Mario Wonder comes out. And then coming up, there's the Call of Duty-a-thon. We're on Call of Duty 2, which is more impressive than it sounds. Got through a console Call of Duty there that was quite beefy. What time is Galaxy 2 starting? Ugh. I want to say maybe 12 hours from now?
This is ground control to Major Tom. You've really made the grade. And the papers want to know whose shirt you wear. Now it's time to leave the capsule if you dare. This is Major Tom to ground control. I'm stepping through the door. And I'm floating in a most peculiar way. And the stars look very different today. For here am I sitting in a tin can.
Man, I didn't get David Bowie when I first started listening to him. Maybe it's hubris to think that I get him now. The impeccably placed claps. You gotta love it. Yeah, a little hubris is a treat. I'm allowed a little hubris. the world ready for flutes to come back in music? It sounds so 60s. Yeah, King Gizzard is bringing the flute back. You're right about that. King Gizzard is bringing every instrument back. Oh, they're trying. Prog rock never died, just shifted. I agree with that. I have a sudden urge to rewatch Suprogman. Man, what an edit. I never really realized how much the intro of Donner's Superman is like a concept prog album. It's so dope. Seeing those shots of like exterior Krypton and just the crystal palaces and crap. It's such a Rush album. It's weird that it didn't occur to me before that. All right. Well, unable to log in. That concludes the Alan Wake Remastered experience. Next is American Nightmare, and then Control, and then Control's DLCs, and then Alan Wake 2. But before that, also, before Spider-Man 2 comes out, I want to get a good playthrough of Marvel's Spider-Man. So, next week, gonna have to devote a couple of days to beating Spider-Man. Because I really want to justify my pretentious contempt of that game. Of just its story. And maybe also its gameplay. But last time I played it, I zoomed in and saw the stitching on Peter's butthole, so, you know. Can't beat that tech. All right. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'm gonna go sleep on a couch. And yeah, I'm gonna do American Nightmare in the near future. Since everybody was so generous with subs, I'm just gonna let MediaTek roll until I'm live again, which should be in about 12 hours, depending on how easy it is to get Mario Galaxy 2 set up and going. So that's the plan. Hope to see you then, and enjoy random clips in the meantime. Bye, everybody. Thanks for watching.